Audio check, audio check. Mic check, mic check. Things look alright. What's up? Oh, wait, why is my face frozen? Oh, 1 second. My face is... Oh! Oh! There we go. Oh, now if my face is frozen, I think it means I'm muted somewhere. If I have no head, that means I'm not in the Discord properly. What's up, people? It's time for another night of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. CaptnmcD's gonna be here in a second. Oh, she's here. So last we left off, we're pretty sure, based on the case title, that our evidence just left. Like, it's gone. And, Willy Wonka was apparently defending a little girl, or at least hoping she wasn't getting involved in all this. The third passenger who hid. Start playing from the same game data. Let's go. Trial part 3. Whoa. But yes. It's just gone. I mean, I'm sure that's going to be the first thing we discover, so let's see what happens. 18th February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey's defendant's antechamber. What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened.
Miss Susato.
I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like that sort of thing ninjas use.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something like that? And also, I think if we go inside the carriage, I don't think we'll be able to continue the trial. Considering, like, something's gone. Or we'll see what happens next.
The police managed to catch someone who's trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? Then could it be? Although I wonder when we're gonna get introduced to that other character on the game's box art. I don't know if you've seen, but there's a tiny detective girl, and I'm not sure if it's her. And I think she chills with Shomes or something. But it might just be this case, so we'll see. The other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about.
My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about. But he's not here.
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? I mean, if she's...
The guy who saved you was gonna get off.
Yeah.
There's another matter that's troubling me.
Oh, what's that?
The 20 pence.
Huh?
If everybody paid 5, but there's an extra person.
Yeah, how did that extra person get in there? Unless they were hiding.
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night and had a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers. Which means the figures don't seem to add up again.
Yeah, unless you have a stowaway, which we've got experience with. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
Well, I mean, we went from, like, insta-guilty to, like, actually investigating this, because it was, like, a billion things were suspicious out the gates. And our jury was, like, the most not rigged but biased jury possible. I straight up just hate rich people, and I'm on the bench. On the trial of a rich guy. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's take a look. 18th February, 1 o'clock p.m. The Old Bailey Courthouse. Courtroom. It said room, I made a guess. Who's that?
He's in men's clothing.
There's the young girl next to McGilded. Look. Oh, I also realized I never took a screenshot of, like, Willy Wonka's face flat on, which is the best expression I need. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks.
My lord.
I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier.
It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army.
Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught.
Honestly, if she just, like, walked out, probably wouldn't have been fine. Or if she just hung out and, like, didn't say anything.
And now occupies the stand.
Your name, girl. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What's the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
Ahem. If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Stands grumpily. Just, what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. I'd like to defend you, sir. Can I please have literally any info? Just anything. The young girl.
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off.
Testimony over.
Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. And bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hiding in the seat.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct?
'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord.
She's just standing there like a JoJo character. And I'm still slumped over.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel?
Ready as we're gonna be.
Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. I'm gonna put that face too. Van Zeeks is just like, man, this normally only takes like 5 minutes. The young girl. On the night in question, press.
Hold it!
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board?
There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were. I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is.
Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat?
It's
It's the back seat facing the way the driver's facing.
and
Yeah.
got the cushions, which the outside seats
Yeah, it's got some sweet cushions for you to take naps in.
I agree with him. That looked like the most comfortable seat.
Yeah, and it's inside, and you don't have to look at people if you don't want to. It's perfect. Unless they get another passenger and you have to look at them directly. And that sucks.
Tis how I described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
What? To look at what? The back of the seat at the top front? I guess clouds.
Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream.
A loud thud, you say? And a scream?
Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise.
So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed?
Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me, and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor.
You didn't see anyone, but at that same moment, you did hear a scream.
Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume.
Not above me, no, me lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me.
It's just like, oh, a dead guy. We'll just put him back on the seat and,
I don't know he's dead. You're just trying to help him up.
I mean, I guess when you first start picking him up, I think you
Woke
could
up
tell.
from a nap. If he's fallen on the front, you don't know there's a dagger in him. Then you're like, oh.
Oh. But, I mean, once you find the dagger, though, do you continue propping him up?
At that point, you've already touched him.
Yeah.
It's not really gonna hurt you anymore to be like, well, my fingerprints were
Yeah.
on him, so I put him back down. You'd be like, well, I'm continuing what I'm doing.
I mean, I'll say from experience that picking up a body that has no energy in it is actually really hard and, like, very awkward. So to like putting a dude on a seat is a very deliberate effort. Humans are a very not good shape for carrying when they're like unconscious or worse.
That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you?
What?
There you go.
Okay, you know what? Never
Just
mind.
do that.
I can never mind. I guess this dude just fucking would. I disregard everything I was saying a second ago.
'Tis common courtesy, so it is.
I find that a little hard to believe.
Ah, Ara, Lord Van Zeeks. Now why would that be?
You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is.
This man's really just like, he's guilty. Why? Because he's a shitty person. Therefore, he's guilty of murder.
Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest.
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble.
Are you suggesting we're just going to leave the man there?
Heavens alive, no! I was always intended to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first.
The whys and wherefores?
Right, you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling.
Oh, no, that was me. Accidente.
That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same?
Yes. Screaming says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. Bless my soul, what did I find?
I'm afraid I don't understand. You turned? But where? There's no one else in there. A fancy leprechaun man. Yeah, he is. What's up, Nerdcore? How goes it?
Thanks for swinging by.
Yeah, we're currently defending this man's Lucky Charms. Either that or Willy Wonka. Kind of a fusion of both. And he was, at outset of the trial, the only person in this omnibus with the dead body. And they're like, who else could it literally have been?
I told her our rundown.
Ah, okay. If you're caught up, that is good, because then we can continue this adventure. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim.
So I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is.
What do you mean by that?
Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up, it came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression,
My ass!
under me backside.
Oh man,
It was totally in the
if Rorix was here, it would be perfect. Because he sent me a video of a dude singing a song about whenever people ask him where things are, and he starts asking, and then he says, "Have you checked your butthole?" Oh, Rorix, I hope you find this clip in the future so that we can make fun, so we can laugh about it together.
Good gracious.
Under your backside, in your butthole.
And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage.
Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember?
Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence.
We already found it.
This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside.
We did.
It's a good thing we did that already. And he's blamed for just being there, like you always are. I mean, yeah, I think this game one-ups it, though. We've been blamed for 2 murders so far.
And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
When I always say, it's in your butt. Wait. Alright, Nerdcore, I'm gonna see if I can find the song for you. If Rorik shows up, I'm just gonna tell him to post it. Because it's, I think you
I
may...
guess that's the thing. I was
you
gonna
might
say,
have
ours
you
is
might check
more
this.
Like, did you eat it?
Oh, that's your line. Did you eat it?
Is it safe in your stomach, Cronus?
Oh. Oh yeah, that's with us. I was keeping... No, that's when I take something. I'm keeping it safe. I'm keeping it safe in my stomach, in the style of Cronus. You say she was hiding herself.
Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest.
Ugh, you're really overacting this.
Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her.
Hey, there's a dead dude in here. One of us should
You
leave.
should sit beside him.
That's right.
Just next to the dead gentleman. Yeah, just sit next to the dead dude.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir?
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see.
I mean, if you're asleep on it, though, how are they gonna kill the dude across from you? Unless they have, like, a stand.
Well, if he leans up, puts his feet up across the seat while he sleeps, she could still go in and out of the drawer. It's not
I don't-
up down, it's a drawer.
No, I thought it was an up-down.
It's a drawer.
Is it? Let's check. Let's check if it's an up-down or a drawer. Because I thought it was an up-down. Okay. Okay, yeah. I've seen this dialogue before. Let me in. Let me in. Is it an up-down or is it a drawer? Let's check. It's an up-down. Alright. Oh, wait! It's empty now! Wait a second!
And there's blood on the ground.
This had shit on it before. What? There was stuff in here before.
There's blood on the ground now.
Wait a second. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it
They
is.
tampered with the evidence during the smoke bomb.
Evidence is tampered. New blood has been added. That's not blood. That's tomato sauce. That's blood, isn't it? No, look at that. That's ketchup.
Is something wrong?
Oh, it's just... Well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zieks has made no mention of it.
Yeah.
I suppose that does seem a little strange.
Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?
It's a lie.
Wow. Wow, okay. Huh. Our evidence appears to have been fucked with in the time that we had a smoke grenade go off. I mean, it's a good thing we went in here.
Yeah. I was just thinking because it was a handle that it would be a drawer.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
I figured you don't need a handle for an up-down.
I mean, I guess you just don't want to put your hands where people's butts have been. Unless somebody rubs their butt on the handle. Like a true degenerate. But yeah, I want to know the deal with this. Because this is lies.
I mean,
Wait, is there any
the
other?
apartment is lies, too.
Yeah, this whole area is lies.
It could still have fit a person, but it had stuff like coachman's gloves.
Yeah.
And like a bag.
Oh, man. Are we going to get to a point in the case where we're going to be like, there was stuff in there, and then we're going to like, I can't prove it. And we're going to be like, God damn. Or what if,
Is a ninja.
or what if, because of that bloodstain, we're able to get a not guilty verdict? And like, what if it's scummy, but it helps us?
Because then we get to
And then we
stay
get
in
to,
London.
and then we get to stay in London. And then it's like, oh my God, we just got like a scum man out for free.
And then that guy's gonna be like, you're a
Oh,
better lawyer
no.
than I thought.
And he's gonna be like, haha, no one wanted to represent me because everyone knows I'm a lying scum man.
Oh, so I needed to find out who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time.
That was Rosie Bow.
Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats.
Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly.
So why was there blood all over her hands?
Why was there blood on her hands?
In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is someone diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl.
Yes, they look like, man, like spitting images of each other.
You're short. She's short.
That's,
could've-
they could,
They didn't see your faces. It works.
yeah, they
She's
could,
in men's clothing.
that's all it takes for this disguise.
After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Something was wrong.
Thank you. I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains.
Who did it?
Who is the girl?
Why is she just standing there like that this whole time?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord.
Oh,
She's a chancer.
she's a Lestrade.
Lestrade, wait, where we hear Lestrade before?
You don't know who Lestrade is?
Is that a
It's
Sherlock
Sherlock,
Holmes?
yeah.
That's a real Sherlock Holmes. A Herlock Sholmes thing?
Yes.
Oh no.
Inspector Lestrade is
Inspect-
head of the police department. He's the bumble that Sherlock makes fun of.
Oh, he's the bumble that Sherlock makes fun of in his story? In Sherlock, not Herlock. Okay.
Earns a crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
Vampire name. Oh. Also, it's Dio. It is Dio. What?
This girl here, a petty thief? Order! Order! Everyone check your pockets right now. Is this true, Miss Lestrade?
Okay.
Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question.
Oh, fuck.
What? What? A gun? How dare you? What is the meaning of this?
She's just fucking gone. Excuse me, what?
I mean, I don't remember Interview with
But-
the Vampire. They might have still used a Lestrade name.
What? just fucking shoots the judge and bounces.
The girl, she's gone.
Open your eyes.
But Lestrade's totally the Scotland Yard guy.
I'm over here.
Da-da-da.
Good gracious. How? Was that shadow clone jutsu?
What was the point in that little sidestep?
I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught in the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? Ain't it?
No. I mean, it wasn't there until you shot at the judge. Yeah, what a silly trial. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Just like...
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do.
Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs?
Too advanced for thugs.
Oh, this? This was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep those four-wheel drags.
That looks like a Herlock Sholmes invention.
It does.
Mixed up with Lestat. Oh, that okay. I see. Yeah, that's a Herlock Sholmes. Wait, did she steal from Sholmes? What a dingus.
It's nice, isn't it? In it, I like the pink best.
Do not wave that thing in my direction again.
Tom Cruise character.
So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question?
Tis all right, lass. You can tell them the truth now. All right, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as part of the court evidence, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please.
No.
She doesn't.
Bye.
You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
All right. If I have to.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna be looking for a flinch from Willy Wonka here. What the girl saw.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles last night. I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. And then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
So, bang. Ah! Ah! Freedom. Yes, he let you go.
I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded, unless it was to have her in your debt. Much like your regular business.
Oh, 'tis simplicity myself. 'Tis simplicity itself, my lord.
I mean, if he's just a loan shark, I don't think he judges people's line of work.
Yeah.
As long as you can pay him back.
Yeah, I don't think he judges people's line of work, but I think he's just like, you seem useful. If I help you get away, you'll owe me a favor.
You see, she couldn't have possibly killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir.
I can't get over it's just big lies.
I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself.
I think a demonstration is called for. Sit on the seat and someone
Get in there.
It's where I sat that night.
and the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume.
Watch it be something like she can only fit in there when it's like empty.
Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Yeah, but it was full. It was occupied by stuff.
I mean, it was half full.
I mean,
Because we already were like, somebody could have hidden here.
yeah.
But
But
the
now,
fact
now that it's completely empty,
is sus.
it's sus. Of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Oh.
So, you see, that's why I let the lass bolt.
Did somebody say Magnus McGilded?
Oh, yeah. What's up, Deltron? Thanks for swinging by. Yo, this guy. Oh, is this Lestrade? Oh, okay, so that's the Lestrade. Okay. And yeah, I friggin' love Willy Wonka here. He's great. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. I don't trust this man. The red white of the past. This man is literally red white. Yeah, actually, basically. He's rich man, and he's so charismatic. Yeah, he's got the bling. Oh my god. You know what? I actually never thought of that, but yeah, dude, it's him. He's back. The poses match. Oh my god. Wait.
You can't unsee it now.
But does Red White have the hand over face business? I think that's the one thing that Magnus has on his own. Not at all, my lord. Not at all. But the rest of them do. I knew it in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. Man, we're gonna get a
All
not
these
get.
people with the white flag right now are like, I knew it.
Oh, we're gonna get a not guilty verdict, and then he's gonna be like, haha, peace, bitches. I did do it, but it's too late now. And he's gonna run off onto the rainbow. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this.
Wow.
Oh, damn. Oh, no. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
Into the innocent
Oh,
flame.
I don't like this. I don't like this, actually. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. I don't like this, actually. This is...
Well, we still didn't find out what's
We don't...
going on.
We didn't find out what's going on. I thought that said Satan's alive.
Saints alive!
Summation evaluation.
These jurors are like, guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty. Like Bugs Bunny. Yes, straight up. It's guilty season, not guilty season, guilty season, not guilty season. All six. Oh, I hope it's...
Not
I
Edward. Have a
please
summation
also have...
evaluation.
Well, it must mean
It must mean what?
that we're victorious.
Ryunosuke's like, I don't like this. I feel like we didn't learn anything about the case.
Yeah, because they're basically saying, oh, he's not guilty, but they're not saying
Yeah,
who did
we
it.
don't know who did it.
Oh,
We've got
man's
nothing.
Dead. He's not guilty, though.
Yeah, just
The
this dude just played the court. Hardcore. Are you sure?
My turn.
Whoa.
Oh, baby! Yeah! Wow! Oh, man. This man has my attention.
If the sight of my eye...
Okay. I need to calm down after that display. Hold up one second.
You got very excited after he took
That
his
was...
cape off.
I got excited
Now
after...
you get to see his boobs.
Now he just put his leg on the table? Damn. Is this like sexy court? Is that how you win now? Damn. Just like what
wine?
with and the wine in the other hand, what a display of masculine power.
Offense prey, do forgive the discourteous.
I have never seen a character more extra than this.
This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day.
Emotion. I mean, I actually kind of agree with him.
The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight to his true nature.
I would gladly be his assistant. What do you mean his true nature?
Been lies. He covered up for this.
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police.
If she
Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation.
was the daughter of the inspector in Scotland Yard, I think we said.
Uh-oh, yeah, if she's the daughter of the inspector of Scotland Yard. If there is a G Lestrade plus.
The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report.
I'm glad. You know what? Thank you, Van Zeeks.
Yeah, that was
Cause that was tampered with, for sure.
Good Lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Miss McGilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat.
What? I mean, I noticed that too. I imagine Zeke's having this buttery smooth voice. I don't know why. I don't know what kind. I mean, I've made the voice for him, but we'll see what other characters get more voices. Because I already used the smooth voice for Hosonaga, and I hope I get to see him again.
Yeah. Japan, though.
He's in Japan. Ah.
How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel?
Also, this guy seems like he has a Dracula voice, so he needs to be deeper and more.
More evil sounding. Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend,
Huh? Me?
when the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law.
Yeah, we did. There's no blood.
Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be?
Oh, to be sure. The young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy.
Oh, he wants us to lie?
Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks?
Oh no, oh, man.
Don't help him.
Oh nah, man. I just wonder why he's allowed in the court of law, especially after smashing glasses. This is one of them. Yeah, when you're a prosecutor, you get to get away with like a lot.
You can whip the judge.
You can
in
whip the
face,
judge. You can you can
have
whip
coffee and throw it at the defense.
the defense. Yeah, there's a lot of power you have in the prosecutor.
Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter?
You can put your boots on the table now.
Yeah, I mean that one should be encouraged. You should be allowed to flex on your opponent.
How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus?
Oh man.
It wasn't empty.
Listen, man, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Listen, it wasn't empty. Somebody fuck with that shit. This does not help you, Magnus.
I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense.
But as far as I remember, at least, lies beget lies, man.
When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes.
Are you sure, Counsel?
Be whist! What are you saying now, you daft dog? I thought you were on my side here.
I didn't check it. Want to know what kind of ensues after you claim that? Oh, they're gonna be like, "Are you a dumbass for not checking?" I imagine that's what it would be if you pick. I didn't check. Oh, Van Zeeks is like,
Oh, you were honest. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position?
listen, man.
Our purpose is to find the truth.
I think he's telling the truth, but lies won't get us there.
Yeah.
Actually, no, Maggie's like, what a shame. Guess now it's just my statement. Oh.
As the advocate for the defense in this trial,
I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible.
Interesting.
You caught the vampire.
It is not altogether pleasing, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilden.
Dude, you wanted
Well,
to raise
don't
your
forget that
stand
you're-
here.
Yeah, you would have paid us just to stand here.
Don't forget you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory's a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts.
Just rub salt in the wound by calling you an idiot or something along the line. Yeah, I figured.
That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken?
What? Oh man, why? Why do I feel like something's not right here?
We're noticing our clients a bit of
We're noticing our clients. You know what it is? We're in the seat. The scarf Magnus got going on. Oh, I love Magnus' outfit, man.
You love a giant hat.
I love giant hats. The more ridiculous a hat a person has, the more I'm about it. The Doug Dimmadome hat is the #1 hat, for it is the biggest. I legit want that, right? It's great. What was I gonna say though? You remember what case was it? I believe it was Game 1, Case 3. I want to say the television star turnabout. I don't know. I don't remember what it was called, but the one with the Leo,
Samurai?
the one with the Steel Samurai. Yeah, the one with him, where you get to the end of the case, and it's basically like, oh, she's gonna leave unless someone has any questions or anything, and then Edgeworth is like, objection. Wait, but that's your client,
Yeah.
and he's like, we need to hear her statement
Yeah.
because she's like super evil and like.
He's just trying to get time for you to pick something
And like Edgeworth is like, Phoenix, please win, because this bitch is evil,
Yeah.
and it sounds like he's threatening you. He probably is. He all his friendliness is like a charade.
Yeah. I was gonna say, well, Edgeworth was for the law like we are. He
Mm-hmm.
just wants the truth.
Yeah. As Albert Einstein once said, two things are endless: Doug Dimmadome's hat and the WinRAR test version. But I'm not sure about the latter. Man, that WinRAR test version, man. Ever since, I want to say, even when I was like 15 to possibly 20 years ago, could still download WinRAR for free. Whoever made WinRAR is like, that man is a saint, for he's created a file type that everyone uses, and no one's paid him. Thank you, WinRAR. You know what? Maybe I'll pay for the full version one day.
Just because.
Maybe one day, because he deserves it.
Heart, he was a good man.
In my heart, he was a objection. I was hoping to come up with a question while objecting. I didn't. Yeah, that's the moment. Oh, that's such a good moment in the game. But back to this one.
I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think.
I didn't go in there. Department's design a house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo wasn't that irresponsible.
May have charged 1 more pence per ride, but I bet he
That
had
money-lending
extra.
fleecer and the pick purse are lying.
You know what? Thank you, actually. Thank you for having one away. Ugh.
I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them.
What? Oh, no.
It's a trick. Of course it's a trick.
That dude's changed his vote 3 times.
I don't know why they're
What?
allowed to just keep changing their vote.
This is like, you know, like a talent show where they're like, if you get 3 X's, they boo you off the stage.
Yeah.
It's just like first past the post.
But I was gonna say, normally you hear the whole trial.
Yeah.
The jury goes into a little room and comes back and says, "Hey, here's what we have to say." These ones are like, Whenever I feel it, I can change my opinion.
Yeah,
Button.
it's really just like it's just like England's best justice system. Do you have what it takes to win the favor of all 6 jurors before you get guilty or not guilty? Juror number 3 is the most amusing, but number 4 is also funny. The other 4 kind of bland for my taste. 3 is interesting because he's just like, I don't trust these people. I trust these people. Number 4 seems the one that talks the least about what she's about.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
You've
Yet your
flipped your
truth
vote
has
like
changed.
twice.
Multiple times.
Every time a different truth, it seems.
My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further,
Number 3's knife uses the same model as the murder weapon. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Number 3 did it.
Listen, you gotta reuse assets when you can. 3D modeling is tough.
matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition.
Now we're back to even. That's where it should be.
The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, as it would seem.
There shouldn't have been a
Yeah,
guilty or a not guilty.
You shouldn't be able to do before the end of the trial. But alas,
The game continues.
what the girl saw. I know, I don't complain. I just found it funny. I instantly noticed it. I actually didn't notice it. I'm gonna have to take a look at it again. Oh, you know what though? I actually enjoy things like that being pointed out because it's fun. I find it funny too.
I apologize if my tone sounded otherwise.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always.
What do you mean, like always? Have you done this many times? You're already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run?
Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending Joey to make a few bob, eh? It's a rum idea, innit?
I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money.
It actually makes sense.
If you can afford my voice hanging super sweet. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy it, Deltron. I think being a voice actor would be really fun. If it was something that like I like practice doing outside of like just reading visual novels.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
I don't know, man. She's making some sense here.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always go for some grub before it's his last run, see? So that's why I slip in the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no?
In a court of law, all are equal. Oh, she says nothing this time.
Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it into a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry.
Continue. Oh, continue.
One sec. Okay, just had to close the window.
I was right, I'll waste time. Got nothing to show for me troubles that night.
Hold it! A waste of time? Why is that?
Well, most nights I'm on my own in the guard permit at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon. Did you say guard permit?
Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it.
You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run, carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away.
That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on the seat from the start. He didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister?
To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do ya?
So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. If that's true.
I tell you, can't see a blind thing in that iron place. It's pitch in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing it's just dark as hell. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all.
Not a joke.
Yeah, why? Well, yeah, why'd you? Well, I mean, I guess you heard the thud, but I mean, a thud could be anything. Yeah.
Not a joke. Most days I'd push a cutting up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have butchers at whose I'm gonna fiddle.
Wonder, would it be difficult to slip some rings off Magnus' finger, and also how much they'd sell for? I think it depends on how long you've worn a ring. Because I feel like if you wear a ring like long enough, it's hard for even the wearer to take it off. Because it's like, like if your finger grows around the ring. As far as how much it'd sell for, it depends. If it's like a branded Magnus ring, it might be like, oh, you don't want that secondhand, because they know who it belongs to. Yeah, and the public seems to like him. Ooh, it might go up in value, but then it means it will also be caught. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. The sea I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, passengers plant themselves opposite.
Oh, so it's like the worst seat technically.
Some reason.
Oh, what she's saying is like the opposite seat. Everyone picks the other seat. Everyone knows they're the comfortable ones. This man is lying about which one the comfortable one is. Yeah. Yeah, maybe going backwards is more common. I've got nothing. And for that reason, you were even able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Because there was someone sitting on you.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small, dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. That's the only place I hide in carriages, so it's Obson's choice.
Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open, then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor.
So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick out in there. Nothing else for it. And then after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did. And the scream just came out.
Oh, wait, whoa, go back. Press that. What was the bang? There are people who get sick if they sit in against the direction they're hanging. Oh, okay, there you go. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Well, I think it would be very common for people to pick the seat.
Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, made me jump.
And you let out a scream involuntarily.
That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden.
Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim. Or stab him. Yes?
Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not?
Yep.
Welka, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Where's Athena with Widget? Oh, is Athena a motion reading? I think that's Athena. I'm not sure. I think that's game. Yeah, she's not born yet.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor, seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilder's account, of course. But then, fella suddenly turns round and looks right at me. He sucked back down again, but it was too late by then. Should never have risked looking.
Wait, someone saw you.
It's because of that, the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Man, McGilded, he's got like a stone face on right now, but we're gonna see him flinch, I'm sure. And when Mr. McGilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place?
I was scared stiff, I was. It dragged me out and sat me down the seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? That seems kind of a fucked up thing to do.
Yeah, bloke had a knife in his guts. It was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me.
Ugh. Ugh, how awful.
How awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog.
Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw.
So she just put him back over.
Yeah, she's just like, ugh, you get back over there. Okay. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct? Athena was the one with the motion stuff. Apollo was the guy who could spot the most minimal reactions with the bracelet. I think it'd be sick because of that testimony. Ugh, just like, ooh, dead body, just put him back.
He asked me about some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. And I heard something from up above. Someone scream.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume.
Well, I didn't want no one to see my face, so I didn't look up. Any horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me,
Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later.
all 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent.
For one brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they're all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right. And I have this feeling. Something's bothering me. I just can't quite put my finger on it.
Is it who stabbed him then? If this is so polite and everybody.
Yeah. Okay. Right waste time, nothing to show for it. So we checked everything. Susato, I think you can convince them with a Susato takedown. I want to see like a screen flash and then like super meter being used for the Susato takedown. Okay. Right waste of time. Okay, so which of these is something? Can't see anything. Bang, scream.
What's
In our record? Yeah, let's look in the record. It's been like a day, and that's already enough for me to forget what's happened.
because we want to know what we can protect.
Let's look at this. Yep, that's in there. Oh, I can't like look at anything in.
Buttons.
I can look at his buttons.
I know we have them missing, but what is the buttons themselves?
That's a button.
Is that coin that goes between her fingers a button?
Oh, the coin that goes between her fingers. Wait, let's see. Does she have that animation right now? No, she does not. Okay. I feel like this is the statement for us to deal with.
Yeah, if you're always sneaking around a bang that you don't know what it is, could be anything.
For me,
Like
it's
a dead dude.
for me. I'm thinking the order of events is what's up. You know what I mean? Like, because it went. Okay, so order of events, we're thinking Mason's jacket had some string on it. Then I realized that it's missing a button. Yeah, that's what it is. So, okay, so order for events, we're thinking, the way she's presenting it, thud. That would mean dude is stabbed and dead already. But then she says she saw the post after it. She saw him picking up the body. Yeah. Hum ha hum ha. Better miss a button on a jacket than have a button sewn into your eyes. Oh, the other mother. Ooh. Good old Coraline. That movie was wicked. It was pleasant.
It was pleasant?
It was pleasant. What a spooky adventure. Oh man, the fact that the A and B buttons are mixed up on an Xbox versus Nintendo controller are going to cause something, I'm sure.
You're gonna be
I'm gonna bumble. That's gonna be my... Did we press this one? Because of that, he found me. He did help me get away. Did we press this one? I think... May as well just press it. So he dragged me out next to the victim. Yeah, okay, so this, yeah, okay, so he did. He was still bleeding. Huh. But I mean, like...
I think it's...
Yeah. This cross-examination made me lose 2 credibility points, yeah.
I feel like it's weird that so much blood came out when the knife is in the guy.
Yeah, if the knife is in the dude,
Like if you take it out, yeah, blood comes out. But when the thing is still...
it kind of seals it.
It does.
Yeah. That's why you leave a knife in.
Like it seems like a lot of blood to be on the floor, on the seat, all over her hands, on this guy's gloves.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, baby, that's it.
What, the gloves?
The gloves.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because he
What is
picked
the
him
deal with the
up off
gloves?
the ground, and he only got a little bit of blood.
Mm-hmm.
But she said that when she's sitting beside him, he fell on her, and a whole bunch of blood came out because he was still bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
If the order of events went that he picked him up first, his blood would have been bloodier.
You think we want to present the gloves to this then? Because the other issue is like the gloves
Is
are
it
there.
One of her regular things for bloody hands, and it's gross. We can't
Mhm.
present on a press.
Yeah. Nothing to show. Unless there's something that was stolen that we know about. Yeah. Cause there's a button missing. So maybe you robbed. Oh man, did you rob a dead guy? Oh no. Let's
Give it a try.
F it. Let's try it. We've got 5 points. Oh no, there was nothing there. Yeah, you could tell music. I could feel it already that was not there.
Nothing strikes me about it.
Exactly. There's nothing striking about it. Yeah, when the music continues to play, you're just like, oh, we got it wrong, and I just start mashing. Oh, damn. Okay. So not that. Let's.
You know what I mean? If he was still bleeding, there'd be a lot more blood on his
Yeah.
gloves.
And just like these look like the Coachman gloves. That's the thing. But like we don't have evidence showing that. I'm just gonna look at the omnibus. I'm just gonna look at it, and then maybe it will inspire an idea in my brain. Okay. Scene of a murder. It's horrible.
Maybe. No, I'm still just thinking about the blood leaking position.
Yeah. Like, I just feel like order of events is the weird thing to this. Oh, man. I hope you guys don't mind, like... This court's always confusing. I think I asked before, why does the defense get punched for the smallest mistake? Prosecution can throw out claim after claim, no problem, right? It's because he's established. He's got that like, established...
No lose rate.
He's got the no-lose rate going.
So now they
You know how like what is it? People talked about like Michael Jordan in basketball, and he was like untouchable, and then just like refs would side with him after a while. Yeah, there would straight up be stuff like he was just like,
That's not impartial, ref.
yeah, he was so good, but then like after a while, it's just like, nah, we gotta keep that up. Okay. Yeah, someone was sitting on it the whole time. Couldn't see a blind thing in there. She was locked in.
Can we look in the ledger?
We can.
Do you think she'll be?
I don't think she would be. Oh, I mean, you know what? What if she's a new
I
addition?
didn't know her name before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, what if? Yeah, we get a new name.
What if she got something for being quiet?
Mm-hmm. Nothing. No dice. Okay. Because it'd just be like, I'll help you get away for a price. And we can't present people, so thankfully it's at least limiting our options here. Not at this current statement. Yeah, we haven't. Yeah. Now we're here and I wonder, how strange must this picture be? Keep in mind that they examine the omnibus in court. You're in the middle of a cross-examination. Defense is just like, yeah, that's neat and all, but I kind of want to look at the omnibus again. Don't mind me. You're like, you know what? I need to check the evidence one more time. And you just climb to the omnibus. He's just there, face in hands, like, crying. Just like, I don't know what I'm going to do.
We go, excuse me, defense, there's windows on that omnibus.
What if I just present the gloves to this one and the next one?
Sure.
Because that's, I can't think.
I was gonna say, yeah, all of my suspicion lies on the bleeding.
Yeah, the bleeding is a thing. All right, you know what? Whatever, game over is game over. Let's play the game. Boop. Nope. Damn it. Okay, we got one more. We got one more to try. Oh no, skip the shame. Skip the shame. Don't read it. Oh no, go away. Ooh. Imagine you got a horse in the courtroom and hooked up to the bus on pretense trying to prove something, and boom, instant escape route. It's just like, hey, what if we just attach a horse to the carriage? Just for more realism. We really want to recreate the scene. And then you attach the horse, just like, let's go! Honestly, if we get a game over here, I won't be surprised.
Show the picture of it on the seat for that.
For this one?
Yeah. It'll be like, he didn't fall. Picture shows him on the seat. I don't know, I'm just making stuff up.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I'm as lost as you are.
That the blood stain on the floor is a lie.
Yeah,
They added it after.
they ride the carriage over the ocean back to Japan to hide the shame. Yeah, F it. If we're gonna lose, we're gonna lose, so I'm just gonna go.
Objection!
Nope.
There wouldn't have been a bang. If he was still in.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, I'm stumped on this one. This is one of those ones where straight up, if I was playing this on my own, I'd just brute force it. Cause what did we try? Did we try gloves on this one? I don't think we did. We have not tried gloves on this one.
Throw it on there.
Let's just throw it in there. Nope. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna get a game over. He looks more desperate with each mistake he makes.
I mean, that's at least fun to see. Don't mind me. I just have my hand up like,
Until I prove my client's innocence, as long as it's quite quick. Okay, yeah, what? Yeah, these two did a good job. I think what we're actually not trying to find is like a contradiction. Maybe we're trying to agree with them or something like that she couldn't have done. I don't know. Cuz like maybe we need to show, "Hey, yeah, look, you can't do anything in there."
Like the nothing for your trouble is just be like nothing for your trouble. You were in a carriage in a murder scene with an
Yeah.
He could have paid you off.
That dude could have paid you off.
That's why I said check the journal. But I mean, like, we could just be like, I think you probably got something for your trouble.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, I'm out of ideas. I'm a lawyer. Yeah, you know what? I'm a lawyer. Let's go. Yep. Oh, that's GG's. Oh, no. Game over. All right, let's see what a game over looks like. First time for the stream. Let's go.
Guilty.
Thank you, Counsel. That will do. I've seen enough. According to the powers vested in me by her...
Oh, it just goes. It just ends right there.
I shall be requesting the final decisions of the members of the jury. Are you all ready, Mr. Foreman?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, all of them went right to red.
No, it's black.
It's
Red is default.
red is default. Yeah.
It's because they have to be.
You will announce your findings of court in turn, please.
Guilty.
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 Oh no. Oh, look at this, like, oh, look at this super. Oh no.
Defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Guilty. Oh no.
I thank the good ladies and gentlemen of the jury for their swift and insightful contemplation. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Bam.
Oh, sad.
Okay.
Retry from this scene. Okay, let's just start at the current scene. Yeah. Okay. So
We're not too far behind.
I hope it's just the current. Okay, so it just puts us right here. So we really, like, if we really want to, we could just brute force it. It's just gonna take time. Yeah, man. I'm like looking at it and I'm trying to see something here. All right. You think that's the thing? Yeah. Love how it slams the door in your face like, guilty, get the hell out of here. Bailiff, shut the door in this man's face.
Yeah. They don't even get to see him.
Ship him back to Japan. Ta-ta-ta. The hilt of... You know, I should start writing down what guesses I made so that I don't make the same guess twice. Because, like, I don't know if I'm going to brute force it necessarily, but, like, I'd like to keep track so I don't duplicate things. So I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're going to look at... Armband, I'm certain, is nothing.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna help us.
And I'm just gonna go autopsy photo, gloves, carriage, knife. Knife, ledger. Okay, so we've got 5 statements. That's a possible 30 things and 6 game overs if we do it that way. So I do want to make educated guesses at least. I don't think there's anything wrong with statement 1. I think that one's fine. Statement 2 might be suspicious. 3 is probably fine. I'm gonna press it. I'm just gonna press everything again. Because this one's clearly gonna take some time. Oh, you know what? Let's go through these and see if he does anything.
Excuse me.
Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't mean to.
What happened?
I accidentally talked to McGilded there.
Oh, and what would that be, fella?
You have something to say about that last statement?
No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said. Kind of you to ask, still and all. Ooh, here, have yourself a tip. Ah,
You know what? Let's press and look. Let's look at him the entire time. Bless you. 'Cause I'm like gonna read, but I'm gonna be looking at him like the entire time. I mean, they're usually very exaggerated.
Yeah, they usually catch your attention.
A thud made me scream. Felt the cushion get lighter. I saw it. Huh. So she says she saw the moment there.
Hold it.
So he dragged me out, sat me down the seat and all. Knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. I wonder if that's the thing. Yeah. Cause yeah, like his. I wonder if this is the statement then. Cause like he fell and I got blood everywhere, and there was so much blood. Okay. But like, he doesn't. Let's look at the photo, cause there's not like.
There's hardly any blood.
Yeah.
Like, if he fell on the ground, I think it would have smeared on his shirt more than it did.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same feeling that we had about the glove.
Yeah.
There's just way not enough blood on the body for any of their blood stuff to be a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look at that. That's pretty clean.
That's pretty clean.
It's not even on the seat.
Yeah. F it. All right, combination. That's gonna be combination 5-2.
Objection.
5-2 is a bust. This is gonna start. I'm gonna have notes here that are gonna look like a game of Battleship at this point. I wonder if I'm going to be surprised the second we get something like this. We tried gloves on this one, right? Pretty sure.
Yeah. We didn't try. What did we try to honor this on before?
I don't even know. I should have kept track of this from the get-go. Okay, so that was that statement. And that was 5. 5-2, so... that's a miss.
Remember the omnibus? She said she screamed in her general statement, right?
Yeah.
Put the omnibus on that. Why did the other passengers hear her scream?
Alright, let's go for it. Alright, that's gonna be combination 4-4-4.
Because everybody, Beppo heard the other scream.
Objection.
Yep, 4-4 is a no.
Oh no! Come on! Passengers, don't you have ears?
Nope, 4-4 is a miss. So, yeah, because you would think other people heard it. I mean, what if it's the like the court thing? What if it's the resulting in hemorrhaging? It's internal. Like, man, I don't even know. Oh.
Sorry, stream.
Yeah, sorry, stream. This is gonna take a while.
Sorry,
I just checked the summation of the case. Even that didn't help me figure this out. I already forgot what worked here. Oh, dang. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. If you have hints, like, as long as it's not the straight up answer, even if it was just like what statement we're dealing with, that, like, I'm not gonna say no to hints when I've been at this for this long.
I just looked up a spoiler-free guide. But
Yeah.
it doesn't say anything. It says, on this, pick option 3. On this, press on option 4. And I can't even tell where in the trial we are.
Oh.
It's so spoiler-free.
Oh, it's super spoiler free and you
I was
can't tell
like,
where we're at.
I don't even know.
Oh, okay.
Omnibus on it being blackened in there? Her drawer looks like it would be pretty
Yeah,
blackened.
like that looks like it'd be
Is
right.
there anything on the side of the omnibus? Can you look at the omnibus for a second?
Oh!
Well, you know, like
Yeah,
outside,
yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
license plate or something? Like a exhaust?
Aha! There's nothing.
That's the front. She's on the back side. That hole is where the horses are.
Yeah.
Be on the other side of it.
Let's examine here.
Can we go under?
Let's just go in. Let's just crack that business open. I mean, honestly, I could have probably just guessed and just been like, let's just throw the omnibus at her. And be like,
It
it.
looks dark in there.
Something with darkness. Okay. Because, like, I think I presented the omnibus as, like...
We presented it as something. That's what I said. Do you remember what we presented it
I'm pretty sure I presented it on this. Because, like, you can see. If it was present or press something. Because that's the thing. We press every statement.
Hold it!
Yeah. Most days I push the cushion up with me head, look at the crack. Put themselves opposite. Hold right over my head. Truth is... Oh my god. What? Was that not there before? Oh my god, this whole time there was this.
So we just had to press it again till he reacted.
I think, oh man, we pressed this statement before and he did not do that. Or maybe I misremembered. Or maybe we just pressed A slightly too fast. Ah.
I heard you read this statement, but I didn't.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Frustration over. Moment found. I swear I double checked this one twice. I can say that he did not react when you first pressed this. Thank you, Deltron. Because that's like, man, I'm getting Famicom vibes again. Is there something wrong, Mr. McGilded?
Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Council?
Why are you laughing at her being in the clink?
I'm just wondering, because the same happened to me. Okay. Good. I'm not crazy, and the game is cheating. I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself.
Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all.
She's been in the clink.
I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. Was terrifying, so it was.
I see. I'm sure we can all sympathize.
That's why you laugh?
And because the same happened to me, oh man, okay. That's like frustrating when a game is just like, ah. I love this guy's theme song. It's let me give it a listen for a sec. Ah, the song sounds like lies and deception.
We're defending those lies.
Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear that much louder as well.
Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe.
Huh? Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps?
No?
I tell you something, I think Van Zeeks threatened to throw a glass at Magnus via a pose, so he shut up. Oh. It was tricks, it was shenanigans.
Not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
Bejabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade heard something. It might have given us a vital new clue.
Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is a profoundly important point.
The dude didn't say anything when he got killed?
I'm almost sure of it. I mean, it could have been a very sneaky kill.
He died immediately? No, he didn't.
He didn't die immediately. He died of hemorrhaging. He would have felt it. I request the removal of prosecution from the courtroom due to threatening the witnesses. Oh, yeah, remove the prosecution. I mean, if it was like a sneaky assassin, like hand over mouth, and then like, and then he's like,
Yeah, that's something important, though.
that is true. That is important. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. He was assassinated quietly.
I'm sure I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What, a supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me.
That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I'm just glad we got progress, because Famicom Detective Club.
Strained me ears to work out what was going on. All I could hear was snoring.
Press.
Hold it!
Press.
So you're straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no.
Sorry?
Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have butchers to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me.
And Mr. McGill sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct?
Yeah. Would you Adam and leave it, eh? What a mug.
Push that.
Do you think it'll let us push it right now?
I don't know. Pursue it.
Excuse me.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and what would that be, fella?
Yeah, okay, nothing. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try this again.
Have yourself a tip.
I'm going to try that again next time. Okay, we're going back to the press. Okay, we're going back. We're gonna finish this statement. And then once it's done, we're going to do it again and see if something was different the second time around. Because it might just be a... Yeah, at least you don't get penalized for wrong excuse me. Because, oh my goodness. If you get penalized for, like, all those... Which is, like... Yeah. Yeah, end game, they usually do stuff like that. But, like, if they had that, like, now... Oh my god.
All I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump at it as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'd stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was.
Silence. Huh. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up. There we go.
How did the other man get in the carriage?
Miss Lestrade, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts, unless two dudes got on together.
He got on with the brick
If he
mason?
got on with the brick mason, because that then means that, like, you know, there's more of a connection there.
But that means McManus's first testimony is wrong. He
He said he
woke
got
up
on.
and he'd never seen this man before. And he was dead in front of him.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
He said
good.
he'd never met him.
Oh, good call. Good job. CaptnmcD has a better memory than me. So they had to have gotten on together
For a no door
for
opening.
no for a no door open, unless this man fucking no clipped his way in and was speed runner. Yeah.
I'll have you know that the brick Mr. Mason was also known as a speed runner. He no-clipped his way into the carriage without making no...
Oh, that's not true either. Because if you no clip into something, usually it's a lot of loud glitches and a lot of sound of like, oh, let me just walk through this wall. Let me just hold this thing and then. Oh, okay, we're through.
At odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely.
Finally a chip into it.
It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared.
So Van Zeeks realized it too.
Stop calling us Nipponese!
Yeah, I know. Stop dropping the N-bomb on us. Racist.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. Psh. There's something else she should have heard. Show a person.
Yeah, show a person.
When the game gives you option to show person, we're gonna go for that. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Yeah, but when you see somebody, no matter where they're from, do you constantly be like, hello, my Italian friend. How are you doing, Italian friend? You're a smart Italian. Take that!
You know what? The thing is, I can't disagree with that, because I give that to Salmon Pink all the time.
Constantly refer to their race?
I do, because it's funny. And because we work together on a daily basis, and it's just messing with each other.
I just think it's weird that he just calls it out constantly.
Well, I mean, I think it's more the idea that they call him Nipponese instead of Japanese,
Yeah.
because it feels like he's trying to throw a derogatory term at me, or like a slang, not a nice word at me. Yes, my lord, the sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear. Ka-ching! Is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. The omnibus.
Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel.
Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the next person aboard the omnibus was Mr. McGilded.
That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight.
So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time?
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean.
Weren't you, though?
Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack on the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all?
Nah, never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did, or did not hear, is at odds with the facts.
Dun-dun-dun.
Dun dun dun.
Yes, This petty thief statement was clearly flawed. I knew from the beginning, but I wanted to know if you knew too. So I didn't say anything.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement.
It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend.
What are you talking about?
You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. Thank you, the defense.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. I'm kind of...
He's dead, right?
The victim possibly not boarded the omnibus. That makes no sense whatsoever.
And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that.
Granny. Damn, Granny. She didn't even say anything.
Didn't he?
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways.
So defenses do all the work, prosecution drinks his head to Valhalla. Oh, wait.
I must say, I don't like liars.
Oh my god, straight up, just I don't like liars, guilty.
And neither can I.
And she's on the
Mr.
same
Foreman.
bench as this guy.
I didn't want to judge this girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars.
Are we gonna have another, like, thing again? Oh, come on. I hope, Knife Guy, are you down for liars?
Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
How many glasses of wine does
How
that
many
bottle
glasses?
have in it?
Yo, so, in my experience, a standard bottle of wine at 750 milliliters holds 5 5-ounce glasses of wine.
I think he's had more than
I think
five.
this man's had more than 5.
Not that he's drank them all. He's thrown a lot of them away.
he's got more.
That's a big bottle of wine.
He'll come to the court just filled to the brim with wine. Like every liquid in his body, wine. All of it, wine. Oh wait, I missed a line there. Let me read that. History? There we go.
Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing.
If you're gonna drink to us, do we get
Can we have some? Can we have some if you're drinking to us?
Grr, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Ramadan? This is carnage. It's perfect.
Juror number 2 is the only one left.
Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going.
I know. Prosecution's requested a special bench a while ago. Upon its request, it has been stocked with similar glasses of wine.
It's literally just like
Just a whole bar.
a bar from
He's got a mini bar.
from a restaurant or from your house.
Yeah.
The cupboards underneath.
It's like a secret bar, but it's not secret. Everyone knows about it. I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
No, 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 no! Wait! 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 Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However,
Hi, Mina. Have a good shift.
at work, I hope the trial's going. Oh, it's going swimmingly. It's going perfectly with no flaws whatsoever.
We didn't have struggles at all.
And Van Zeek says,
Ladies and gentlemen, in the public gallery, I offer you all a full liquor bar.
it may shed an entirely new light on this entire case.
What are you saying?
Counsel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
We're saying withhold your judgment until all
Counsel.
things have been unwrapped.
Yeah.
I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education.
Everyone's saying guilty again. Oh no, right?
Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen.
No, he doesn't.
Subsequently,
He throws all of his drinks away.
the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
He has a high alcohol tolerance. I mean, they're like a single lie. Guilty. Whereas prosecution gets things wrong. I don't know. Maybe we should keep an open mind. And they're not. Has no one considered the possibility they got on at the same time, and that he was wrong?
If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus?
They got it at the same
And they
time.
got in at the same time. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already. There's another entrance. He was put there after he died. Oh, yeah. So, at the time of murder, he was in there already.
Was there another?
No, I don't think so. I think it's...
Does the window open?
I think what the question is asking us is, how was the body in there if he didn't enter it? And I think what the first statement says is, he was in there, and then he got killed in there, and he entered normally.
Can we look at the skylight and the thingy?
I want to press this, and if I'm wrong, then we will look at the skylight.
I was gonna say, it's a window, but
Clearly, he was in there already from beforehand.
Objection!
she's gonna tell you the girl said nobody
Tell
was
me,
in
my
there.
learned friend, what was the function of that clearly in your last sentence?
Huh?
Well said, Lord Van Zeeks. This clearly is troubling me also.
I don't know, man. My life bar disappeared. That tells me I'm doing good. No. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been in the carriage from beforehand.
Then answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring?
Well, clearly,
Stop
I shall have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling.
oh my god.
That's what I mean. Look at the movie.
Must learn to ramble more relevantly.
The penalty is evidently not heavily enough, judging from those Nipponese eyes, so I ask you again. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain his appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus?
Look at our
It disappeared due to shame.
because you can court record it.
Do you think he... Okay. We'll look.
Can we look at the skylight?
Let us look at the skylight. Okay, because what the point I was trying to make was... Quite large skylight, yeah. Handle or... You know what? If it... Wait.
There looks like something on the outside there.
And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. It can't be opened from the inside, at least. But, wait, let's check it from the outside. Okay, you know what then? Someone dropped... The thud was someone dropped his body in! That's what the thud was! Okay.
And into the seat.
Okay, because my theory was... So, one sec. My theory was he went in at the same time as Magnus. Because I was busy not believing Magnus.
Yeah.
But Magnus can be right with what you're saying because someone fucking stabbed him, opened the things, and tossed that bitch in. And that's why he was on the floor, and that's why he got picked up after.
Yeah.
Okay. There, okay. So,
Fair play is back
so
to
fair,
foul play.
fair play is back
Threw
to
him
foul
down the
play.
chute.
He threw him down the chute. He tossed that bitch in. Okay, there it is. Okay. So that was okay, so it was my hypothesis was wrong cuz I thought he went in at the same time as Magnus and that Magnus was just lying. Wonder how things would be if everyone in court would see the credibility bars. Is Van Zeeks consisting of infinite wild? Oh, he's got a way bigger life bar than me. It's not even fair. I don't think his even takes damage.
No, he's got the like multi-colors. of
Yeah,
layers.
he's got multiple layers of life bars. You know, where it's like you deplete one life bar and then a second different color life bar appears
And
under
you're
it.
like, oh dang.
No, he's one of those bosses where you see the damage number appear over him, but a life bar never appears. And you're just like, is this a plot
plot
boss?
twist.
Is this a...
I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
That's not good for us.
But
Okay,
the
okay,
latch
let
is
me-
all we cared about.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I only thought about that because of the choice that it gave us.
Yeah.
That's what it said there's another entrance, and I was like, is there another entrance?
Yeah. Okay. There's another entrance. Okay, there we go. First layer is wine, different kinds of liquors until we're back to wine. No, his life bar is there, and every time it empties, a glass of wine pours and refills it. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
Where? I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic.
It's not blind panic.
But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see.
Yes. Me and my lovely assistant Susato, she is going
Yeah.
to open the window. Then
Just
Susato
open the
throw
window.
me into the carriage. We will demonstrate.
We will
the
demonstrate it
loud
right
thud
now.
And the ability to enter the omnibus.
Watch it be the loud thud is what actually just even kills you.
Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other only has
It
windows.
is his own knife, Mason, and when somebody threw him,
He fell on his knife. Oh my god! Imagine, like Mason's just there. I sleep with my knife out in case anyone attacks me. I sleep with my knife in my hand so people know not to mess with me while I'm
he's
asleep.
on the outside, and he's having a fight with the other guy.
Wait, who? Okay, wait. Reset the scene for me. Who's sitting where?
They're all on the top
Okay,
of the omnibus.
everyone is on the roof of the omnibus.
Except for Magnus. He's
Magnus is
sleeping.
chilling. Okay.
But remember we said that the knife with an M could be for Mason?
Yeah, it could be.
Not
Oh.
for Magnus?
Oh, M could be for Mason, not
So
for
if
Magnus. Yeah.
Mason's having a bad time with Mr. Foulplay, he's got his knife out. Foulplay throws him.
Yeah. And,
and
so
it's
you're
his
saying.
own
So you're
knife.
saying it's Mason's own knife, and then when he got tossed in, he's like, "Oh no!" Stabs himself. The perfect crime.
There is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
That's not true. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered.
Oh, really?
Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin.
All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court.
Okay, so here's what I was saying though. What if Magnus just had his knife out and the dude fell on it? And then that's why he's
And
so
then
freaking out.
If he fell on him, he pushed him onto the other seat.
Yeah, and he's just like, oh dear God, I killed him. I didn't mean to, but I'm gonna be found guilty, right?
Move him over. That would make sense why he had to move him.
And it'd just be like, he's guilty, but like, less because it was an accidente.
Because somebody dropped him on me.
Prepares the Danganronpa voice. No, that's wrong. The Hinata, yeah.
Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
Right here. This guy right here. Take that! The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight.
I say, the skylight?
Oh, yeah, he-
That would explain a lot.
Sleeps with a knife because he's afraid of being
I mean, maybe.
because he's a lone shark.
I think it just would be funny, actually.
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection.
Don't interrupt.
He said, however, he was probably going to agree with us, actually. The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
so you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your
Seriously,
addle-brained
the
theory?
omnibus is right here. Just throw us on through.
I thought it was through the floor. The skylight didn't strike me at all. That's why I lost credibility 3. I feel like I would have picked... I feel like I would have foibled on that one, too, if CaptnmcD didn't swoop in for that one. Both Mr. McGill and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor.
Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger.
Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described?
She had to scream.
A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact.
Good gracious.
She's used to riding in there.
Yeah, people fall over all the time. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin?
Yes.
That's simply impossible.
Nothing.
How is that impossible? No. Shut up.
Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen.
Yeah, and they're liars. Too.
And they're liars.
And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony.
They also didn't testify that they owed money to the Gilded.
Yeah, they both also owe money. Yes, that's true, but... Oh, what do we got here? What do we got here?
You want a duel to happen, Deltron?
Mighty humble fella, make a wee comment here.
Maybe for Zakes to pull off his glove, walk over, and slap him, duel style. Mr. McGilded. Oh, what's your story now?
To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say.
What?
I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Huh. You know what? At least Magnus can, like, dig himself out. Even though he's sus, but he can continue the court in his favor at least.
Yeah.
He is the ancestor of Red White. He's the same type of dude for sure.
Oh my goodness, surely not. These two chaps on the roof.
You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were?
Oh!
Hold it.
Hi, guys.
Oh, hey guys. Welcome back.
Just what exactly you insinuating here, you blatherer?
Whoa.
You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating?
What's that goofy fight stand? Oh, you know what? First is definitely the character in a fighting game that the first time you fight him, you lose because you don't know what moves he's got. He's got a weird fighting style.
It's the first time.
It's the first time. He's that character that fights like Voldo, or he does like one of those like wiggly fight stances.
This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I.
What are you doing, dude? And Grant's just casually knitting in court. I mean, she got to do something.
She got that sweater to finish.
Mr. Fairplay.
You're effective banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
A mad
Ah,
hatter?
a Mad Hatter, perhaps? I enjoy the origin of that
That
phrase.
he was actually insane from.
Oh, that people were insane from the mercury that people used to put in hats. And also the fact that people used to put mercury in hats.
They wanted to make them nice.
Oh,
colors and
man.
wear them and stuff.
Oh,
People
man.
use mercury for a lot of stuff.
Yeah, mercury is really cool as an element, but it's incredibly horrible for humans.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts,
We didn't say that you stabbed him. We said that a pre-stabbed man fell through the was dropped through the skylight.
Maybe he fell out of a tree. You guys were like,
Yeah, just imagine like while we were riding, because we didn't have another fare. Oh my god, imagine like there was not a fifth fare. So what if the dude fell onto the carriage and they're like, oh, and then they open the skylight and throw him down another level. Oh, poor Mr. Mason.
with this guy.
Oh no. It's a disgrace. Heavy punch, hat throw, and broken fingers. Yeah, yo, this guy's got the move list down already. The heavy hitting hatter.
It's scandalous. It's... I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right. I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back to the bench. We got the full podcast going now.
Order! Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks.
It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
What do you mean? I never intended to.
It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events.
Bruce Fairplay, the brutal bankrupt banker. His moves: wailing cane chew and nervous sweating.
You have branded these gentlemen liars. You've intimated their criminal guilt.
We already know that one is like straight up a liar because he's involved.
In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation.
It's not baseless. I think it's a pretty based accusation, if you ask me. I know it's rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought.
I mean,
What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify.
Oh.
witness testimonies, and our witness testimony said no doors open.
Yeah, they said no doors open. We are merely continuing the thread of logic. And this guy's like, yeah, I want to see this shit go down. Huh? I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fellow. You know, stuff you pulled all trial law, right?
We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
Yeah, the jury's on the side
If there's-
of learning things now.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
Oh, hell yeah, majority rule. Which is like, whoa, that's dubious for a court setting.
What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo?
The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First.
You provided them too much entertainment. They want more.
My lord?
You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense.
Yes, my lord.
I'm going to expose myself for more lies. I didn't come here for this.
McGild is just like, this works out for me. I don't trust you. There's no time, but we're gonna get him off the crime. All I can do is keep pushing forward. I have to believe in my client. It's my job. Refuting the accusation. You've collected all the evidence. The flaws in testimony are now exposed, but the gallery will go into a frenzy. Right?
We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Why couldn't you have opened it?
You definitely could have opened it.
If you're so sure a victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
So yeah, present the omnibus.
Present the
to-
omnibus to Skylight.
Couldn't have possibly opened it. There's a latch.
You're the only person who could open it.
I must say that on listening to his testimony is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other not noticing forthwith.
Unless they're in
Cahoots.
Accomplices, like Crime Baby.
their crime baby.
That's right, you see.
We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you are in collusion with one another.
There you go.
What?
Thank you. We've got someone. It was just prove it, prove it.
According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, The two witnesses share no common dealings.
Heh, well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich.
Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
We think that our dude did.
Yeah, because we think our did do it.
Over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. All right, let's press everything. Look for faces.
Well, we know what's wrong.
Refuting the accusation. Okay, let's go right for it.
Could have opened it.
All right, let's see.
Where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
No, the first thing about no reason to kill the man.
This guy was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Bang. Nope, you couldn't have apparently. I don't trust the rich, but it looks like he's got some cash in his pocket. He does. Oh, dang it. You could have opened it. I guess we've got to press.
Because they could have opened it.
They totally could have opened it, but like, F it, I guess. It's not what the game wants us to tell it.
Alright, the game wants us to play.
Alright, the game wants us to play. Let's advance. I mean, the worst penalty is that we have to restart the scene, and that's not so bad. Let's do this. Let's just press it. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute.
He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said.
Take a look for yourself. Go on.
Look, it's openable.
You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on that night.
Ah, so it is. Of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still and all.
What?
And just looking at the size of the thing, you understand.
Now you hold on there a minute, sir.
Oh, wait, I accidentally skipped something.
Nothing.
Size means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? Also, I think we should press just to see if other guys chime in. Yeah. I think going right for the evidence, I think even with full confidence, we're starting to hit roadblocks. So we will press the thing we want to before we throw the evidence at it. First, you ain't a translator for old Brucey here. Yo, he apparently is.
I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind, loudly. I shocked myself.
And I couldn't open the window, he's gonna say, but he was on the inside.
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First.
That's why he's
Oh,
so
I
sure
just mean to say, well,
that you
the
can't
point is...
open it.
Oh, but he was on the inside.
Yeah. Because if you're on the outside, you wouldn't need to open the skylight if you find it.
But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
Oh, hey, there we go.
Like, oh, it can be.
She's like,
We'll go back into her bench, I'm sure, probably that way.
Excuse me.
there we go. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade.
Just that it's a hilarious story.
It opens.
Huh?
The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? Check this shit out. All them skylights open. Dead easy.
She pulls out the coin. It's gonna be cool. More easily than you can load that weapon?
That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I... Can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great hole. I mean, I had purses coming out in my ears.
Pulls out the gun. It's getting even better. Oh, yeah.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surround me.
Whoa, what? What is happening? Hold up 1 second. Hold up 1 second. I'm gonna mute this. I have found the culprit of the random noise that started playing. There was a video that was in Discord that was premiering, and it was like, I guess, loading this entire, or not loading, it like just started now, and it just started playing. I was like, what the heck? That was weird.
Alright.
Okay.
Now back
Anyway,
to the games.
back to the game.
All four of them surround me, so I couldn't up the bus and leg it.
Audio check, by the way. Is everything good? Let me just do a... one more of those. There we go. Okay. Okay, and what kind of stupid design is this? You can only open it from the outside? Yeah, that's kind of... I mean, listen, fire escape laws and whatnot, they weren't made in a day. They got made after things...
People couldn't get
After
out
things
of
couldn't get out. After people can get out things.
So what I did was, I used a skylight. A skylight. Open the catch, jump right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch film skylight's on the top side. That's why I can't open them for the cabin.
Skylight opens from the roof deck?
Bailiff, climb up on the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims.
I mean, we knew that. That's
Yeah,
why
we
said
knew
there was
that.
another entrance.
That's why we said there was another entrance this whole time.
Thank you, bailiff.
Thanks, bailiff.
Please now demonstrate jumping through the skylight.
Please yeet yourself through the skylight.
Oh, my hat! See?
Oh my god, that skylight opens and has a latch for a reason?
Order.
I'm sure we lost like 2 points because like we were
went
just
too fast
we
for that.
we assumed that people could figure that out.
Order. Order! So, it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Well, that works out for what we've been saying this entire time baselessly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess we were just lying.
Yeah, I guess Naruhodo was just lying the entire time and bluffing.
Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Son of a bitch. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Apparently the people in this world lack common sense unless you are a prosecutor or defense attorney. Right! It really feels that way sometimes.
You're so sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof?
Do we just present the... I mean... Okay, you know what? Let's press this and let's see where this goes. Because we just discovered where the evidence was, and I thought that the cutscene would have advanced from there, but... Proof.
That's right. I demand to hear it.
We came here to say what we saw, I tell you. Not for this.
But you call us both shicers, brand us criminals.
You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it.
As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves, now is there?
Just like there's
I believe we're in much the same position as one another here.
Huh?
If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. Yeah, it's like, hey, we're in the same boat. Why are you guys freaking out? And they're straight up like they're panicking extra.
I wonder if these two men were involved in some way.
couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here.
I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial.
Is Brucey so afraid to pay what is owed? He may just be. It was no small sum, and also the honor of a banker who owes money. Big shame.
No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury.
So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely.
Okay, now, what I'm worried about is, do we have to present the carriage to the statement where we talked about the carriage? Right? Like, I feel like this is the first time we've actually had to hit the brakes on, like, what statements we deal with.
Because we already tried it and it failed for us.
Yeah. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not. Dickin'. Dicks.
No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the closed cabin talking with this man here.
He was asleep.
Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately.
That is an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in...
Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? Tis all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You'd do well to remember that.
First looks like an old cartoon character. They're cartoonishly drawn.
I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going so well.
Anything happened?
Yeah, you guys could just both be liars. It was on the final row of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clear. Okay, I mean, Ryunosuke, you're kind of reaching there.
Well, they kept saying there was a light in the cabin so they could see in the cabin. There's no light outside.
Is this some kind of a lark?
Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what this is?
Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly.
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again.
That's extreme. I love his I love his point. It's so like so much purpose.
It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door.
Oh, that means nobody could get. This is important.
Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella.
He locked it and
But
went
you
to
see,
sleep.
I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through. That's a lie. I thought I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone.
I might stand me in defense for more than one day. Seriously, Naruho's second trial and third case. Probably already like, I regret this promise. Oh, you can't. You gotta do it for the bro.
People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things. Seeing things.
I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point.
Check
you-
if the door's locked.
You... Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about.
This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really.
Can that not be added? That was important. That was important. Okay, wait. Let's check the door from the inside.
Lock this door?
Let's see. I don't see a lock on this door. But wait, did it also open outwards?
Yeah, have you seen enough?
Let's step back. I can't even examine it.
Does the window say anything new since we're already in here?
Let's go look. Beam, 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 beam. Skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Let's look at that hole. Clearly see inside. Yep. Let's check it from the inside. Let's leave no stone unturned.
But yeah, I didn't think that a public transport
Yeah,
would
you
be
can.
lockable.
Yeah, I didn't think you could lock it. Well, I think you'd be able to lock it as. What? Wait a second. There's
What?
blood, but that might be the fake tomato sauce.
We'll check it.
Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why someone like me? Oh, what is it?
Look, just here, look at this.
That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there?
Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
I have a suspicion. But that's lies. I don't like it. I don't like it, but we're gonna have to use it. I think that might be the evidence we need. We have to use the tomato sauce. Of course, the Susato throws now with a Susato takedown. We don't want to kill the poor man. What is this tomato sauce?
Yeah, I guess we can't tell if it locks.
But we didn't know him. Okay. To test the hypothesis. Can you kill a man by throwing him down here? The answer is yes. And now we have a new murder case. You've never met the Mr. Thrice Fried Mason before.
Oh, lummy. No, not once. Never.
He'd never met the man before, he said. Never.
What about you?
And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either?
And that's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
Have a hat of yours is on.
He seemed to have a hat on, sir.
I
And
mean, like, with the stitching.
yeah, with the
style.
stitching style. The Frankenstein hat.
No, I imagine not.
You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside that cabin.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded.
Yes, counsel. What can I be doing you for?
Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow?
Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I
I'm
wonder?
the connection. They both dealt with me.
What are you insinuating now?
Ah, Mr. Fairplay. 'Has been too long, so it has.
Oh, case of Susato is no defense attorney to bother to show him guilty.
Yeah?
If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, 'tis it not? Your repayment date.
I beg your pardon?
You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
At an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion.
Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis very, distinctive design, so it is.
Oh, there it is. Magnus is coming to collect what it is.
Brucey, my dear, things aren't looking great for you or your cane. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Thrice Fired Mason.
There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord.
Oh, this you mean?
Look at his hat.
Look at that hat. Look at that Frankenstein hat. I can't help thinking that poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh,
One of my hats.
that's one of my hats. Aye, that is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours.
So you knew it.
Oh, the sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods.
Magnus could have easily defended himself. Why bother getting an attorney?
Well, he wasn't gonna have one. But
Yeah,
He said, can you just stand on the bench? He
Yeah.
was gonna do it.
Yeah, he would have done it. I think it's because you just literally need a person there, and he was ready to do that.
Yeah. And then he was like, oh, you're a lawyer. Okay, I'll let you do it.
Yeah, but I mean, he also, I think he definitely dealt with everything inside that cabin during the smoke bomb.
Yeah.
So he had backhanded ways to deal with it.
Yeah.
So that's what makes me not trust him. But I am obliged to defend him as a lawyer.
Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir.
I mean, I'm not gonna point fingers, but I'm just saying.
He's like,
That's basically what he's doing.
Well, because they said we didn't know either man in the cabin, and he's like, fair play knows me.
Yeah,
And
they know
you
us.
know Brick Mason.
How could you not trust this fine example of a gentleman? Right? Look how trustworthy this man is.
It would be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. Ka-cha. I rest my case.
You little weasel.
Urgh. He's better at this than I am. Yeah, there you go. He's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGilton has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he?
More than the Scotland Yard.
More than the Scotland Yard, eh?
Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings.
Hat Hunter awarded. Wait, why did we get that award? I guess it's for making it to this part of the case. Is that a chapter done, maybe? I don't know.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Okay, so we know that that's not true, right? But we're gonna go to this.
Where's your proof?
Okay. Proof.
That's right. I demand to hear it.
We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this.
Okay, no, we did this one. Okay, so have we pressed everything? It was for establishing a connection between First and the Mason. Ah, okay.
Much the same position as one another.
So I wonder if we could have solved the case without getting that then. That's weird. I wonder if we could have skipped that point. Okay. Now that we have blood.
Because it's like, he went through, for sure.
Even though it's like fake tomato sauce.
Yeah.
One of us noticed, not there. Neither of us know. Skylight was shut the entire time. Okay, I think the fact that it says that press was nothing important really, just some extra juicy information. Ah, okay, there you go. Can possibly have opened it. And the fact, okay, I think it's more against the fact that the skylight was shut the entire time.
Yeah.
Is the statement. Because if not, how did that tomato sauce get up there? On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom.
What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible.
Irrefutable proof? Here, in this courtroom?
Yes, Vane.
What? What do you mean?
Counsel,
Found some blood.
My lord.
I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here.
Is the bloody
Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You'll point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight.
Oop. Look at this lies. Look at this ketchup sauce.
Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? I have to kick someone.
Okay. No. I didn't present. I examined by accidente. Did you know that by definition, because ketchup has such a high sugar content in it, in some places you cannot call it tomato sauce, and in fact closer resembles a sports drink in composition.
That's why you like it.
That's why I like it. I got my electrolytes through ketchup.
No, I was just saying, because it's not tomato sauce.
Oh, I like it because it's not tomato sauce.
It's blood.
Okay, so presento.
By Jupiter, is that blood?
Arg. This blood stain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
Oh. No. Order. Hold it. But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin.
So, they're not saying the blood doesn't exist. They're saying that blood could have been there.
Which
So,
doesn't look good for them.
so it's in a weird thing of, what if McGilded didn't do it, but he had to resort to scum to get off? But I don't like that. Let's play it out. Let's see.
And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight.
Sure, and that would be very convenient. See, I think Lestrade is like hiding now because it's like, I did that. I put the tomato sauce in there.
And let's keep it in mind the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First?
Oh!
The blood that wasn't there.
No, that tomato sauce is lies.
It is all too plain, you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is.
What? No.
But it can't be. It's all
Lies! Yeah. Oh no, these guys are denying it straight up.
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
Is Zeke's gonna say something? He has to. He has to be like, this was all nice, but those blood is lies. We checked.
We have forensics, and that's not
We have
blood.
forensics.
I
Yeah.
licked it. I'm a vampire, and that is not blood.
Mm-hmm. Like, what if this game is us turning into like Von Karma? Like we're Von Karma. Oh no!
So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? Not guilty.
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that.
Oh my God! Juror number 6. She's the one who's like, her flips seem the most like volatile.
Well, she's super emotion-based old.
On
brain.
3 then, everyone.
1, 2. Oh wait.
Objection.
They've got to have their nice energy.
3.
There it is. Man, please design your stance. There it is.
I've put up with it. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh? And what would ye be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks?
A blood stain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void.
Didn't exist when
What?
Scotland
Why?
Yard looked at the carriage.
Yep.
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety,
There was only blood on
no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was...
Fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session,
what? Oh, Ryunosuke, you knew that. We knew that. But this advances the story forward.
What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fella known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're very adept when it comes to avoid getting your own hands dirty.
So,
And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts.
maybe
Oh.
I'll get rid of your debt if you take out other debtors.
Ooh.
So he didn't technically do it, but it gets done.
Oh, he put a hit on. So it was, hey, kill this man, I'll get rid of your debt. And then, like, oh, haha, lol, JK, frame you for it anyway. Or, like, expose you for it anyway. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean?
Forges evidence.
When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Tut, Lord Van Zeeks. That will not do, sure. Will it now, counsel?
Huh? Oh, no.
We don't know you, man.
We don't know you, man. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man.
So you said about the carriage.
So what you said about the oh, man.
The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if yous all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the ward and his wife seeing?
In the smoke bomb?
During the smoke bomb.
Isn't that right now, counsel?
Oh, dude, no, come on, man, yo. It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time. No, it's not. Ryunosuke.
My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter in your own words.
He's starting to trust us if he's...
Yeah, as you wish. Yeah, even if he's, like, against us, could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. Sorry, man, we gotta incriminate you, because the more you add lies to it, the worse it looks for you. Because otherwise, it's either gonna be me saying it or Zeke saying it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of us. As a defense lawyer, it's my job. But still, feels as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh,
Good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, there is. It seems that my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit?
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bang! What's going on?
Be careful, Mr. Haruno. Not Harunodo. Cover your face.
Don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
Emergency recess. Clear the courtroom. Everyone get some fresh air. Stretch break. Courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. I mean, it's better than lying, because otherwise Zeke's going to say it and he's going to be like, he's going to call us out harder on it.
Well, also, the jury's
Are you...
hate liars.
Yeah, the jury hates liars. If the smoke one was made with flour, it would have been the end of the Old Bay. Oh, man.
Catch
Yeah,
fire.
flour is... Flour is one of those things that you, like, don't think about until you see it in a piece of media that, like, ah, yes, because the particles are so fine and they ignite and expand at such a rapid rate, flour can be used as an explosive. Fun.
Are you wise? Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten feckless gouger?
Feckless? Gouger?
You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Inconsistencies, such as...
Oh, yeah, the stuff is missing.
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat.
Empty.
When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items.
He be flopping like a fish on a dry land, I say.
He be...
Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
Oh, my God.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
What do you think
Sorry?
about the omnibus? Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
Yes.
What's the other thing?
The blood on the floor.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, I thought they would have mentioned that.
They didn't.
They only mentioned the skylight one, yeah. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What in devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification.
Grrr.
This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Let's take another ride for the bus.
Okay, on the...
The Venga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, into San Francisco.
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight on the floor of the cabin, he would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good Lord.
Good lord!
Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel.
It was only on the seat.
It was only on the seat.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue.
No, I do this because I believe in the defense. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. McGilded is pissed. Everyone's just like, why would you do that?
Urgh. This trial is over.
Mr. McGilded.
I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now.
But you're the defendant.
'Tis over, I tell ye.
Huh?
Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts. And the fact is that bloodstain is there now.
Well,
And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord?
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence.
oh, damn. What a snake.
And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be
So
serious.
it's not gonna be on us that we got him.
Yeah, it won't be on us that we got him up.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
I can feel his dissatisfaction. Yo, everyone can. Everyone is feeling this. Everyone's like, yo, this dude's a snake.
As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty,
Yes.
which would mean
We get a study
We've won.
tour.
Is that really the right outcome here? Objection!
What do you object?
Winning.
I thought I would have a question in the time. Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Oh, man. I mean, we do believe the defense is innocent, is our statement. But, oh my god.
But all three of them could be guilty. Like,
Yeah.
There's not
A se-
proof for the other guys either.
I feel like whichever one of these we pick, it would be like, we believe the defendant could be guilty, but we want to believe he's innocent. And if this one is like, we believe the defendant is innocent, but we cannot deny that something else would happen. Oh man, do I commit? You know what? F it. Let's see what this option does. Yeah, fuck it. I'm curious. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
It could be anybody.
Without
on
any
that
question,
bench.
there's no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Nobody won here.
Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind?
Oh, look at this Wario laugh.
Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer. So it was, a grand decision.
What? I must say, I didn't expect quite an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles.
Oh. He's like,
Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore.
there's nothing more to present, and nobody has.
And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Not more than a formality. Ha! What? Wah! Wah!
I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it all fake?
His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Stinking rich are always guilty of something. Mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Did you change your vote again?
Wait, I'm not sure when.
It keeps flipping. It's very inconsistent. I see red, white in this man.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
Oh. I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Wait, but we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
But the trial's over.
Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
Oh, so they're saying it's
Oh,
not us,
so
all
it's on him. Oh, no.
My sincerest apologies, my lord.
You shouldn't have brought it to tampered with.
But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
This is so unfair. Yeah, it's the bailiff's fault.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What? Oh.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Erg.
But justice!
Do you
I'm
mean to
setting
tell
law
me
for
that this has
justice.
all been a grand waste of time? Yeah, we're just like, but justice.
'Tis the law of the land, my good man.
The judge is like, sometimes it's not perfect.
Yeah.
We can't rule, so.
It's not perfect. Like, there's no perfect set of rules because there's so many. Unless you have perfect evidence, which nothing will ever have,
Yeah.
you will have flaws one way or the other. You're either going to prosecute way too many people on flawed evidence, or you're going to let people go free on, like, flawed evidence. One way or another.
If you'd like to pursue the matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilded.
Good grief, you've more to say to me, have ye?
Just one thing. A warning.
I'll get you yet.
This is far from over.
Well, something to be looking forward to, then.
Oh, what a jerk. What an ass.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You know what I don't like? When American lawyers compare the Ace Attorney games to the American justice system. These games are heavily based on Japanese justice system. I mean, fireworks? Random thought I know, but just thought of. Well, I mean, I think even in general, comparing a video game to reality, I mean, it's for content. You know, obviously they're doing it because get a load of this game. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, if the game was trying to, if this was like a social media thing and like someone was trying to push the message that this is how things work, then yeah, there would be more of a stink about it. But like,
It's just for fun.
because it's just the media for fun, it's there for the clicks. It's there for people to see, okay, how wrong is it though? At least compared to our standards. It does make me curious though how the Japanese thing was. You wish this was how.
I don't.
I don't, man. I don't know.
Did you see those jurors? They were switching their votes every 2 seconds.
Yo, man, that was way more chaos. I don't
And
want my.
not about the evidence at all.
Yeah.
I don't like rich people. Guilty.
Yeah, I don't want my trial to
I
be.
like parks. Innocent.
Yeah, I don't want my trial to be like a game show. That's wild. I mean, it'd be interesting and make for good TV, but like, oh no. Went through the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day. The judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an end. An abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. I won, but I didn't win. Not like this. Oh no. In Japanese justice and burden of proof lies with the defense. I don't know about that kind of thing,
We
too.
haven't researched actual legal system.
Because then anyone could accuse anyone. You could accuse someone of something, and if you can't prove your innocence, that's dubious as well.
Yeah.
Because then you can accuse some, as far as I know at least. Because then if at that point, if you could just accuse someone of anything, and if they can't
Disprove it?
disprove it, that gives prosecution advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's more to it, but it's one of the main differences. Yeah. I don't know if I like that much better, honest. I like either, really.
Because there's no right way. People are flawed.
Yeah, people are
Evidence is
flawed no matter
flawed.
what.
Witness memories are flawed.
Because, like, the more actual court cases you look into and the more legality and technicalities, you find that just every system is messed up, and it's kind of, this is the best we've got so far.
Yeah. We're
And
working on it.
It's a process, really, but that's kind of what continues to make it fun. I don't know, legal systems are messed up. That's kind of the end result there. 18th February, 5:14 p.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to shake his hand. I don't want to look at him. I don't want to make eye contact. I don't want him to give me money.
He wants to give you money.
He wants to give me money. I don't want it.
That was certainly a long trial.
Yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance.
Except I'm stone.
It's almost 4 a.m. Suddenly, should really hit the hay now. But before I leave a joke, what happens to nitrogen when the sun rises? It becomes day. Okay, that one's really dumb. All right, you have a good night. That was an okay joke. I'll give it a chuckle.
My heartfelt congratulations.
And to you, Mr. Sato, thank you for your assistance.
Yeah, you
I-
found out about the
I
summation
suppose we should be happy.
examination.
The summation, examination, interpretation. Night, sleep titrogen, don't like the bedbugs bitrogen. Oh, I definitely don't want the bedbugs to bitrogen. That sounds like a sick virus title, though. That sounds like a Mega Man EXE, like virus or weapon attack. Bitrogen. Hey, take it easy, yo. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. I love bad jokes. Oh, I get a lot of them at work too. It's what keeps us going. What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo?
One's fire and one's water.
Oh, one's a little lighter. And slap Magnus. I will attempt to.
Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, who is actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that.
The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Oh, get out of here. I don't want to talk to you. Mr. McGilded. The girl is with him, too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? I'll gladly take the money if you won't. About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure most of you've seen them by now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely.
I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything.
What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then?
I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning.
You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. It is water under the bridge.
I got off, so it's fine.
He's like, I don't give a shit about justice. I'm free.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared.
But nothing's resolved.
There's only one thing that matters to me.
Oh?
Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not?
I suppose it is.
Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay.
I'm gonna bribe them.
Oh, as in he's gonna bribe them. It's not that funny.
So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella.
Oh, no, I possibly couldn't accept that much.
Ah, be whist. You're a humble people, are ye, you from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Into the courtroom?
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection.
Sorry? What inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
They're going to examine it again? Now?
Naturally, I am under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing me best to help where I can.
Oh, he wants to just really put those other guys in jail.
The grime. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain.
Oh, and there he goes. Grime man. Grime man, he's so grimy. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Excuse me, please stop.
Don't move.
Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down?
You're a grown-up.
Sorry?
I hate all grown-ups.
There you are. Who are you? What is your deal?
She's got the goggles.
That's a Watson. That's a Watson. That's gotta be Watson.
She's with Show.
She's with Sholmes.
Naughty, naughty. Running off like that.
Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Ha!
Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
What am I seeing here?
Hearts and clover.
Who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
A what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about.
Tracking device on it.
Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. Back to my laboratory. What? What for?
What do you think for?
To apologize, of course, to my technician.
What? You mean, say sorry?
You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before.
An adult? Huh. I don't listen to no adults.
Come along then. Follow me.
Fine. Have it your way.
Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. Little curtsy.
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
She was a lively one. Oh, I want to turn and just see Shomes. I was watching the entire time.
Do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too?
Yes, you're right. But where to?
Oh. We haven't had time
Time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London, we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff.
I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings.
That traffic a lot.
But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. We have some horrible luck.
Don't worry, though. I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night.
Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilda Park.
I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Oh, sad Susanna.
Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilda down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or a mansion. But then we'd be in McGilda's pocket, and you don't want to be in his pocket.
Then he'd be like, "Oh, I'm on.
Oh,
this
he-
trail
oh,
to go
he-
this way, and I need this trail to go
Oh,
this
he's
way.
gonna-
Don't worry, I got you planted with evidence.
Yeah, he's gonna he's gonna hire us, and we don't want that.
You don't want to be in his pocket.
And so the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over.
Bum, bum,
Bum bum bum. Is that a chapter? Yeah, that's gotta be a chapter end right there. No, it's not just yet.
What's going on?
Oh, just fuck it, I guess.
That's why he wants to be there. He set
How did
the
this
evidence on
happen?
fire.
Yeah, he
so
just
it
set it
won't
on
be
fire.
By the time I got here, it was already
That way
in
they
the
can't even check it
No
later.
one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
What? Wait.
No. Oh, good God.
Okay, whoa.
There's someone in there.
What the fuck?
Do you think fair play and
Wait.
first are in there?
Fair player first?
This can't be.
Say something so I know what your voice sounds like. Okay, no. I need to know who's in there.
McGilda's?
And McGilded? Or
McGilded is terrible.
oh yeah, that definitely is him murdering the other two guys so they can stay the murderers for it. Save current progress. Captain McD, how are you feeling for wakefulness and or another chapter? Or at least starting another one.
We can start it. I don't know if we're gonna get to a full
Yeah.
spot.
I don't think we'll get to a full proper save like we usually do.
But
I
to see
wanna-
that we've got accepted to our study tour.
I want to know how the next one starts. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
Oh.
Isn't Kokoro heart? Someone's got a clouded heart. But we don't even get to know. Okay, whoa, that story's too cool. We don't get to look at that yet. Not yet. Start playing from this episode. Oh my goodness. Do we get to know what happened in there at all?
I doubt right away.
I guess not.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Oh, I really like this narrator. I like the level of gravel in his voice. Just a light touch. A light touch of experience in his voice. 19th of February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, not at all.
It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than the day and even the middle of night.
What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. He's lying on the bed, like, fully spread. Just letting it all hang out. That's comfy. Spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive, and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking.
In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
Wow, London is a scary place. Well, I mean...
We got some tips from...
Yeah, what if we... Yeah, we got some tips from that guy. That must have been worth something.
Good morning to you at this early hour. At this early hour.
Oh, yes, well...
Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We've come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday.
Susana-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart.
Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices.
Oh, yes. It was very eye-opening. Thank you.
And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed.
Oh.
No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer.
Thanks. We did it once.
Past law school.
We just passed law school. There you go. Sick.
My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land.
Thank you very much.
I'm a lawyer now.
Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case? Already?
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical
Like,
experience.
you're here to study, right?
I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I?
No.
It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for?
Oh, man, this is a businessman we are
Well,
talking
he's
to.
like, this is how we do things in the West.
This is how we do things.
You completed the task. It doesn't matter.
The task was completed. The check mark is there in the box. You're good. Oh, and it's just like, hey, you did it. Through whatever means necessary, it was completed. It was completed legally. And that is what counts. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're gonna skip this because we just did it, so. Oh, that cackling Wario, man. And like, even the jury's probably like, this dude's insane, guilty, and it's like, too late. I just can't help wondering. Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended.
Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial.
What? So it was him? What? No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Birds in the background.
I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk.
Okay, well, fuck. Yeah, let's go. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead?
After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
Yes, of course. And that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of.
Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No.
How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded.
That's awful.
The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere.
Bailiff really needs to pay more attention.
And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus.
Must be making tracks now. Okay, that's wild. But yeah, it was him. Damn. Or what if it was just a man dressed as him? The corpse was identified as him.
Fire, I would think that his belongings mostly
Or
burned out.
yeah. Oh.
An inspection of the omnibus.
I don't know how in his time
Not to my knowledge.
identified it. But teeth?
Teeth, dental records. I think that's a newer thing. I don't know if that was a
I
thing.
just feel like his rings were there.
Yeah.
Metal
His
detectors
stuff was
were
there, therefore it was him. But, oh, well, okay, there was also the moment where he punched through the glass a bit. They might have seen him and been like, oh crap, it's too late to save him.
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
But then, who was Mr. McGilda talking about?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation.
One sec, just adjusting an angle of some stuff here. There we go. So I can lean back a little.
The matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Poor Mr. McGilded.
Okay, well, alright. Damn, okay. Let's, give me a rundown of British court.
So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court?
Oh, well, I don't know. It kind of seems like a game show.
Exciting?
It was wow.
Fire and fireworks?
The word I will use is thrilling. Volatile.
Mr. Naruhodo means the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history.
It seems solemn.
You know what, Susanoo? That's exactly what I was thinking.
It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old.
Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. She can talk me out of any situation.
She's good at the compliments.
And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones.
Ah,
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can.
okay. The most advanced in the world, is it?
And yet you didn't find
It was fortunate
culprit.
Yeah, and yet a culprit was not found.
that your very first trial was a simple affair.
I mean, defaulting to not guilty is like, especially when the world is like death sentence. Defaulting to not guilty is probably the better of the two evils. Than just like where there are places where there are laws where if 5 witnesses say they saw you did it, you get hanged. And that's just, you know, as barbaric as it is, nobody had come up with anything better yet, so.
Simple. That was simple.
It's only gonna get harder.
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
But he also probably knew McGilda was in it, and that
Oh.
that Zeke said everything involving McGilda has evidence that will.
Oh, yeah.
keep him off.
Maybe everyone was like, yeah, McGilded always wins. He's the house. The house always wins.
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple.
The
The circumstances of the case were so incriminating. I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny?
You didn't need to get my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree?
I don't know.
Or the fact that our witness stacked the deck in our favor.
Yeah, the witness stacked the deck and gave it to the dealer.
Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth.
So, it's weird though. He said we were gonna win. I wonder if it's just like, he's in McGilded's pocket. But then it's like, kill McGilded, because they're gonna find the connection.
Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before.
What's going on? What was he going to say before? A new case. I wonder if we're just a patsy for another larger crime.
Could you perhaps give us more details about the new case you mentioned?
Yeah, we don't want to just arrive there and figure it out.
Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes.
Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment.
It starts in 30.
It starts in 30 minutes this time. In fact, this case is completely different.
Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind?
That is to say, no one has died yet.
What?
I'm sending you to the place of a future crime scene. I need you to stand there as a witness. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise.
Ha ha ha. The trial's tomorrow then. Well, that's more time we got than this.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was turbulent. Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilda's trial.
Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense.
Oh, he knows you.
Oh,
If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented.
He knows that's our trap.
And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
What? It's death for
in
this
everything,
cop?
death. Murder, death. Theft, death. Disrespecting someone, believe it or not, death.
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right.
Here we go again.
Here I go again on my own. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits.
Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time.
And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you.
What's that?
Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asoki.
We do.
Do you know what he wanted to do?
Yeah.
I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds.
Cosmo always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing.
Oh,
Another thing? Continue.
On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important I have to do.
Something very important. And what exactly would that be?
Oh, yeah.
He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain.
You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, well, what's all this about? Mr. Asoki never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details.
How long has he been there? Has he been just chilling?
So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you for farewell.
I think he knows about it, but he wants to know how much we know.
Yeah, I think he's trying to gauge what we know. I don't know how much Strongheart, I'm not sure where his motivation lies. He doesn't seem nefarious, but he doesn't seem good either. He's very, very neutral presenting right now.
There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean?
I wish I knew. But honestly, he never told me. We can check his diary. We better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
Should never let you read his diary.
She would never let me.
Shouldn't even want us to read the last page.
Yeah, but we're gonna do it anyway. We'll sneakily do it. He's our bro. I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Is he holding chips? What you got there, bud? Hi. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. What? But Susato told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man. A very busy man. Yum, 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 yum. You can't tell this from talking. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you we're talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin here who's on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of.
Oh, a racist.
Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters.
There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Eh?
She's gonna get him to soften up.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Yo, and good evening. Yo, Rorix, what's up?
Eh? A lady talking.
It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
Oh, this will get to open up.
Sure is.
Oh, Rorix, man. We defended the shit out of Willy Wonka. And then he defended himself. And then also, things have happened. And I don't know how much you care about spoilers, because I know you might enjoy the series. So, I do recommend you check out what happened. Things were quite eventful earlier on, because we started a lot earlier. Also, hope you're having a good evening.
It's unreasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable. How'd she pull that off?
So, Lord Strongod's asked me to fill you in on the case. Name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector Gregson!
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
Nom nom nom.
You're acting like you know this.
You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato. But he's a London detective.
Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact.
Very well.
Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine?
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry.
Oh. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course. But he does come up with the goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of the bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words.
That's his highest praise?
Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he's not. Thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London now.
That's great, isn't it?
Says you're an
I have to admit that to start with, I was a little flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Oh, that's wonderful, isn't it?
No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors?
Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs.
Egg is egg. Egg. Egg is egg. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work.
Oh dear. Perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people.
Alright, what can you tell us about the case? The case. So, about the case the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before.
Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, couldn't be simpler. Couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated.
Ooh, I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious.
That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
I suppose you had finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you?
That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Rinosuke.
XD.
Oh, hey! Thanks for the resub. Cookie Land, what's up? Thanks for swinging by. I guess we have to play longer now. I was ready to write it off after the start of the next case, but I guess we're gonna see the next scene. Hi, Captain Mc... Hey, what's up, what's up? Wait, CaptnmcD, do you work tomorrow? Do you work early? So, when's that? Like 10-ish? Maybe? We could go for a little bit longer. Okay. We'll at least set the scene for the next stream. What's up, Cookie Land? Thanks for swinging by. You'll get to see the setup for this stream, and if you want, I would recommend checking out the VOD for this one post-stream, because boy, did stuff happen in the last case that we will now avoid speaking of. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. Stuff went down. Oh boy. Boy, can I tell you how that case. I had to go back and finish the vault from the last one I was at. Yeah, so all I can say with full certainty is that a not guilty verdict was achieved.
Yeah.
And that's what we got.
So we're allowed to stay.
So we're allowed to stay in London, and that's what we're gonna. Yeah, exciting, right? It's good. It's a good thing that is what happened. Yeah, check the VODs if you have the time.
Perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question.
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not? Will do.
Ah, yeah. Simple. Prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barrack Van Zeeks.
He's the Grim Reaper.
No.
Again.
Sounds like you heard of him then.
Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks.
We went against him.
Believed to be the harbinger of death himself.
The Reaper of the Bailey.
Reaper of the Bailey.
We won yesterday.
We didn't lose against them yesterday. Lord Baron Van Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGill told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused as sacrificial lambs.
Nobody will be their defense lawyers. That's why it's us every time.
Yep. Every single trial which he's been as a prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
I think every case is going to be against him.
Yeah, I think all our cases are going to be against him. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it?
We should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
Ha! And what of it?
Well,
Did he kill him then?
I think that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you? You don't really have a clue, do you?
What do you mean? Oh no.
What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead.
Oh. So whether or not they still die. Oh no. Yeah, spoilers. A big thing happened at the end of the last trial.
Magnus McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zeeks could get dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. That's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that? It's him.
Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place?
That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already.
He's as good as shaking like a leaf in a cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer, and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Yo, man, Gregson is like, he's a career man. He's just like, I've seen this shit many times, man.
Yeah.
It's just, it is what it is.
He seems like a very it is what it is type of guy. That's the impression I get off of him. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo?
To tell the truth,
when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage to...
Damn. So even Susato, and even after Bro Death Wish, we're like, that was really fucked up.
We could go back to Japan.
It's like, we had no idea what we signed up for here.
We didn't know the study tour was going to be this intense.
Yeah, we didn't realize that our defendant would...
Spoilers.
Right after the case. That was crazy.
Well,
I mean, they just said it.
Also, we thought we were on a study tour.
Yeah.
Not, hey, you're a full-fledged lawyer. I'm going to give you a case every day.
Right? Like, this went from study tour to, like...
I thought we'd go to school.
I wonder if we're a patsy. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if we're going to get to a point in the game, it's like, oh, by the way, everything you've done is scripted. This is all just a show. We actually don't even care about the Alliance or anything.
It doesn't really seem like they care about the outcome of the trial.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, because he was like, you exceeded my expectations. But then...
I wonder if we're going to find out that, like...
The thing still happened.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to find out that this legal system is just, like, hella corrupt. And they're going to be like, so are you in? If you're in, like, you're part of corrupt gang. And I wonder if that's where we're headed. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny.
So,
if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself.
But we gotta go meet our poor shaken leaf man.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help?
did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant.
Thank you. So then, shall we? Man, Susato's great.
Oh, encouraging Susato. Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. All right. Oh, wait, I can look around. Can I find a hint coin? Leighton. Let's move. Prison. Oh, I love that description. I wonder what awaits us. So we can go either to the... Okay, so... It is kind of late. We do have work tomorrow. But, you know, I want to go... Huh?
I would meet the dude.
You want to meet the dude? Yeah, okay. I was going to... Yeah, let's meet the dude. I was going to say we're going to do one of these. So we'll go to the prison and we'll meet the dude and see. Unless it's one of those, hi, I'm not talking to you, bye.
I just want to see if our person seems
Less extra than the previous
last
guy.
one.
What do we got? So these are British prison cells.
Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon.
Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls.
Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse.
What do we got? What do we got? Apparently, our client is in the cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like.
Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding at the back of the cell and show your face at once.
Am I a cat, as yet with no name? Calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer.
We don't know your name.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here?
I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I?
That tirade of complaints was in Japanese.
Oh.
Oh.
What, a Japanese client?
Oh, my people. Hello. Hello, Mr. Scraggle Swirl Eye Man. You look confused. Like by default. Your eyebrow also has an interesting resting place, and they appear to be made of cartoon scribbles.
I was gonna say, even his irises.
Yeah, his irises have some scribbles. Can we get like an enhance on that? Can we zoom in? Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet. Okay. All right.
They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it.
He knows he's gonna get framed.
Right. So, could I ask you who exactly?
There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost.
Are you okay, man?
A ghost? Dude, you good? Are you good? You seem a little twitchy. You seem a little tense, you know? Just a little worried there.
Paranoid?
little
About
paranoid.
people around
You, I love when even Susato is like, what the fuck's going on here?
you? Is this our client?
You mean you know how I'm prisoner, son?
We don't know his name. He doesn't want to come for 53 or whatever number he was.
But I love that prisoner, son. I don't know why. That kills me.
Japanese by any chance?
Oh, I can trust you. I can speak in your language.
This is
Beyond my wildest dreams. Okay, good.
Camaraderie with us.
You have camaraderie with us.
We're your legal team.
Forgive me for that outburst before.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all.
Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land.
So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment.
Alright, I'm on board, dude. I'm on board. I'm ready to defend you. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us will turn out to be a fellow Japanese?
Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student.
Oh,
He's also
Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon.
a first-class lawyer.
Don't mean to disappoint you there, bud.
well, he thinks who else would be in London? but
Yeah.
first-class lawyer.
I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example?
Yes, I can, I will. Shan't say sullen and silent.
This dude's got a gimmick, man. I'm about it.
He's like a cheerleader.
He's a cheerleader.
I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy.
Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Rinosuke Naruhodo.
And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba.
I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume.
Sosuke Soseki Natsume.
I wonder if that is a pun that I am not understanding. Alright, what's your story, bro? Oh, man. So, random tangent. You ever have those pages online that, like, randomly suggest you news articles from fluff pieces and whatnot? One of them was, like, 5 conversation starting, like, questions you can ask to, like, get to know people better. And, like, the number 5 question, I think, was, like, what's your story? And I'm like, if anyone ever asks me, what's your story, as the first, like, question, I am immediately branding you a weirdo. Like, That's one of those things that someone says when they're like hitting on you with a glass of wine in the other hand, but they're hitting on you in a way that's like, I'm way cooler and I need to know. That's like something that you hear said like,
So, what's your story, beautiful?
you know, and I'm like, I read that article, I got to that point, and I immediately closed it. I'm like, I am never asking that question to someone in my life. And the second question was, what do you do for a living? Which is also another button that I don't press unless the context calls for it.
Yeah.
I usually like to think for early conversation with meeting people, what movies do you like? Or what movie have you seen recently or something? Because even if you disagree on movies, it's something to talk about that you can steer in, you know, whatever direction. I like to go with, because even if it's like, hey, did you watch the new Suicide Squad? And they're like, no, I don't really watch movies. Conversation, go. Next question. Oh, what else do you like to do in your spare time then?
Yeah.
Or why don't you like to watch movies? Or like, is it something against DC? You know, what do you do for fun? Right? That sounds like a human question.
Well, there's also stuff like your movie one is that it's not about that person directly.
Yeah.
So if you have any kind of disagreement, it doesn't feel like we immediately don't get along.
Yeah, because even then, it's like, it's a bit of a distant question. Like, do you watch movies, whatnot? Because then it's like, it's also like a level 1 question because it doesn't get too intimate. The what's your story thing comes off with the impression of impress me. And that, the grime that's it. Ugh.
So is Natsume impressing you?
So Natsume, what is your story? Can you tell me what your deal is? Shudder, right? Ugh. Anyway, I had to let that out into the wild because I was thinking about that for a while, and there was never an appropriate moment to bring that up.
But we just
Until
met a new man.
we just met a new man. We
It was
bust.
appropriate.
Oh. I mean, we could say, what's your story in relation to the case? Although this is exceptional circumstances, so I think what's your story is an appropriate. This is the
For a court case.
for a
and the
court
first
case.
time you're meeting somebody,
this.
I can see.
I would say it is fine to ask in this very specific
But
context.
I also feel like what your story means kind of what your like calling it a story seems like it might be made up. Like what's your play for the case? I think it's odd still.
Honestly, if anyone ever asked me that question, my genuine answer, even if they were polite, would be like, I'm just a dude. I've got nothing going on. I think the canned response I would use, The Wizard of Oz. Oh, for movies? Or what? What's your story? The Wizard of Oz. If you read that book, you will know me in and out.
But which character?
Which character? Oh, the lion. I am big and strong. And a cow. Yep, my story is The Wizard of Oz. It's my favorite one. No, what's your story? The Count of Monte Cristo.
Who are you then?
And I would love if they're like, are you insinuating that you've been put to jail for like unlawfully and poisoned people and got revenge and poisoned people and are now in a weird state of how much revenge is too much revenge and you're living your days out with your new beloved and you're wealthy?
And you're like slave child girl?
Yes, exactly. That is my story. The Telltale Heart. Oh, I don't know that one. Oh, I
That
don't
would
know.
just make me think of Simpsons. With the dioramas.
The dioramas?
Yeah.
Wait, which part is that?
There's a Simpsons episode where they have to do dioramas. It's like a science fair or something. I don't know. Somebody does the Telltale Heart, and then Lisa is like, "Oh, their project's so much better than mine." It's the other smart girl.
Oh, yeah.
And then she tries to like hide it or destroy
Sabotage it?
Puts it under the floorboards, and she can just hear the heart. She's like, "No!"
Oh, the literal exact thing that happened in the story. Oh, okay. I think I remember understanding the concept, but I never read the story.
Yeah.
It's the Edgar Allan Poe of the heartbeat in the floor. Ah, okay. Yeah, so I've understood. I now get the reference and I understand the feel of it, but I've never read the story itself. Okay. Let us continue. Soseki Natsume-san. Oh my god, I just picked that up. I'm way too fidgety. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. Are you saying an Elias, dude? You don't have to...
That's right, Naruhodo-san.
No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku, that really reminds me of home.
Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student, sent over here by the government?
Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery. And now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Do you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course.
Oh.
But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No.
What do you mean?
If they'd told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I mean, you know what, dude? I'm on your side on that one. The English language is a Frankenstein of languages because they steal words. Their grammar decides to not make sense at times. There's a lot of nuances. You could just make shit up on the fly. English is a very free-form language. You can kind of just make it up, and people will understand what you're getting, maybe.
So he's like, I just would want to write.
He's like, I just want to write it. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy.
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh, yes. So I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. The Oh. Hey, look at my armband. Oh, I can't present it randomly to people. Damn it.
He already knew we were.
You're right. Yeah, but I want to show it to him. I missed that feature from the older game. My bro is a linguistics major. I've learned a lot about what English is and isn't, and how it's a three-way love child between German, French, and Latin. Yeah, it really is. And just, I feel like English is also this, like, amorphous beast that's like, oh, you have a word for a thing. I'm gonna use that word for a thing. It's our word now. We will incorporate it in our language.
Could you perhaps tell us why exactly you've been arrested, Soseki-san?
I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder.
He doesn't even know she's not dead.
He doesn't even know she's not dead.
Murder?
Oh, no. It's all right. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? At least Japanese is a way of indicating when a word is foreign. I love katakana for that. Ah, yes. Katakana is like definitely one of those things where if I look at a piece of Japanese media, it's like if I have the context, you can kind of guess, because katakana is usually just like how they would pronounce a foreign word for things. I do remember, like, before I went on a trip to Japan, I like looked at like Japanese and like trying to read it and stuff, also because I wanted to try to read manga before in like Japanese. Kind of gave up on that one for a bit. But katakana is the one that like is the easiest to remember, because if you have an idea of what the word is, you just look at the symbols and you're like, yeah, that the right number of syllables. That's, yeah, got it. It's the one of the three it's the one of the three alphabets that you can like logic out. Whereas hiragana is like you have to know the word, and kanji is just like no. kanji is its own beast, and like grammar and whatnot. No, I'm not learning that. Even people that speak Japanese have like tests for like, can you read our language? Yeah, kanji. But that's what it is. It's straight up. There's a individual symbol for like each word or phrase. It's that. Oh my god, so daunting.
I don't see anyone.
What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Oh dear, it seems like this case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me?
Silly
Not-
Hershey.
Not why did that silly woman have to be stabbed? Why did she have to be stabbed in front of me?
I've been
Oh, I've been inconvenienced by this other lady almost dying.
It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient.
I do like his alliteration.
Yeah.
So Soseki was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker.
It's vital that we find out more about the case.
About the case.
It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way home. I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings.
Sure, the bookshop wasn't a curse too. I just love that like back look. Like nothing says I'm not checking out behind me than a full body turn. Like if you're looking for someone like
As I was walking along that accursed pavement,
He really doesn't like it here.
he really does not like London.
make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet.
I feel like the narration made this seem like a different shape of woman.
Yeah, the narration led us to believe that that this is a different woman than the one in the preview of the case. Well, the previews have all lied to us so far. I think even the snake case was like,
Yeah.
a snake killed me, and it's like a snake did not. So, damn, she got messed up. Oh, he's really freaking out. I need like a 2-frame animation in that. Wait, can I? You know what? I'm gonna take a couple. Actually, you know what? I didn't even need to take a couple. I'll just take one and shake it as I animated it. I don't know why I gave myself extra work now. That's fine.
How terrible.
I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard.
So he did show concern.
So he showed concern.
Even though now he's like, I'm in jail and I'm
I'm in
inconvenienced."
jail and I'm inconvenienced.
He was concerned at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
I'm surprised there's not any blood coming out from him.
Yeah, there's no blood coming out from the neck. I mean, she's got a lot of jacket on. Maybe it took the hit. That's not good.
They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that.
Tell me, Sosuke-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. I don't talk to ladies, look at me.
Like,
Far too suspicious.
I'm far too suspicious for that. I'm diffident, shy, oh my god, he's actually saying it! I can't talk to people. I have no friends. What are you talking about?
That's why I was so happy to see you Japanese people. I haven't talked to anybody here.
Haven't you seen how unsociable I am even in this moment? I'm reprehensible. You wouldn't want to be my friend.
I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you?
Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul.
No one. Ah, dude, come on, give us something to work with.
So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. And that creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it?
What conundrum? I mean, dude, you know, Japanese to Japanese,
Did you do it? Did you do it? Was it you? I'll still fight for you, but like, I gotta know.
I was gonna say, did you guys come from the same bookstore? She has a purse full of
yeah,
books
she also did.
scattered all
She
around
had
her.
books. She was a fellow book-reading human. What do you mean, Susanoo? I was about to say it, but there's some accent. Susanoo-san. What's the conundrum?
Well, if what Soseki-san has told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. And he apparently fled without having been seen.
Then how
I did.
Who accused you?
Yeah, then who accused you? But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit.
Ah, you... What did you just say?
Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly.
Somebody had to have been there
Actually, that's not what was troubling me.
to have accused this man.
What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry?
He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place?
Oh, yeah, she's right.
It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to...
Oh, Sholmes.
Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective.
A cursed great detective. Could it be?
Shall never get that man's name as long as I live. With his hearty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody, be gone!
Be gone! Oh no. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I love his... Oh, dude, he's got like such an ugly laughing face. I don't know what it is.
I don't find it ugly.
Not-
I know you find it ugly.
Not like his face is laughing, but it seems like he's giving out one of those laughs. It's like... You know, like it sounds like one of the... It looks like it's one of those laughs that sounds ugly. Because your mouth is like wide open.
And it's like a bend over.
And it's like a... like that kind of thing. I knew it. Oh no, he deduced something and there was no one to guide him. Herlock Sholmes. What did you assume this time?
Mr. Sholmes?
Herlock Sholmes. Okay. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure.
It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly...
You know what it was? This man likes books, and this woman was killed leaving a bookstore. The only possible culprit could be another lover of books. Clearly, he murdered her for her books.
Well, I was gonna say you could ask the shopkeeper what other customers came by.
Yeah. And it's straight up, you were the last person seen with her. Therefore, the culprit of the crime is you. Yeah, that's probably what happened.
Gnawing a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down." Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon.
Cheese.
Disgusting dietary discrimination devils.
You clearly had a trying morning yesterday.
And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes.
It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. There's no space. He's English.
I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known.
Like, she's a little bit.
Yeah, she's like,
Now that I met
ooh.
him, I realized.
She's like, I know. She's like, yeah, we've dealt with him before.
And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stupid kitten of a man, I couldn't stab someone. I'm weak.
Can you hear the quote? You can hear the quotation marks around great. Exactly. I wonder what great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time.
Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable.
And yet, here he is.
Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign flimflammery.
Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English.
Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, "Yes, I do," and "I'm fine."
Oh, so
And next thing,
Oh no,
didn't know what he was answering.
you didn't know what he was saying yes to. Oh, the bumble.
I was thrown in here.
Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising.
I'm fine. He's not fine now.
Do you admit to your crimes?
I do.
Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough.
Oh, yes, all right, yes. They've really got me. This country's poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You could tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you?
Well,
Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me?
well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour.
Ah, a student.
I've defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I have 100% win rate. I don't really know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice is in this country even means.
Oh, Naruhodo-san.
I'm not even the foreign student who's supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. If there's anything else I can do to lower your confidence in me, do let me know.
But if you still.
But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire.
It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend.
A keepsake?
We've got no one else. We'll defend you.
I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh, what do you mean?
Lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me.
Goodness, why do you say that?
For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit.
It must have been very hard for you, Soseki-san.
And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man will be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. Oh, they even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me.
I say as I've given this man an English accent.
At the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue.
We'll do it, man.
You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that...
We just wanted you to know who we are. That we're not afraid.
Give me a little time, please.
I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean?
We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
He's got faith in us.
He does.
He's just like, you know what? You're my guy.
Yeah.
Because no one else is my guy.
Yeah.
We should get going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for.
Okay. Oh, wait, we could present something. Hey, look at my armband. No, we actually literally discussed the armband. Okay.
Safe to have.
A part of my brain was wanting to check out the crime scene. But I'm sure if I went there,
You'll just keep
I would
going.
see, like, Sholmes, and I would want to see what Sholmes has to say. And I'd be like, ah, you dingus. So, CaptnmcD just did his pose. So, in order to prevent myself from giving myself something cool to look at, I will save, and I'm going to be calling it here for the night. I was about to say day, but it is very clearly not the day anymore. Only because I know I'm going to see something I'm going to want to investigate more if I continue.
There's a reason why we played an 8 a.m. stream.
Yeah,
on a
we
Phoenix
think...
Wright game.
We
We can't stop
We-
You don't intentionally
If we-
make yourself
if we don't
stop.
have an intentional stop, we have been known to have a stream that has gone up till 8 in the morning. That was a time. I don't think that one's recorded, but we do have corroborating witnesses. And I'm sure sometime in the future, I'm gonna have another 12-hour stream. Actually, pretty soon. That's coming up. Yeah, No More Heroes. No More Heroes is coming up. Yeah, we've had a stream. We had a stream that was like, I'm pretty sure it was at least a 12-hour stream. Because our friend convinced us, oh, you're almost done. You're almost done. Meanwhile, we started the case, and if you want to look at the bonus case of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney 1, known to be the longest single case in the sitting with 4 trials and 3 investigation periods. I think maybe even more than just that. We streamed from our nighttime stream to 8 in the morning, and it was to the point where people went to bed and woke up and were like, oh my god. And we were like, we're almost done, I can taste it. And yeah, because the problem is with that case, every 5 minutes you're like, oh, it's got to be done now.
Like, that would tie it up. That would solve everything.
And it really didn't.
And I blame Suze for encouraging.
Yeah, this is Suze. If you're watching this in the future, that's 100% your fault. But that game was great. Thank you. But yes, so we have to call it somewhere because we like this game too much, and we will like completely fuck our sleep schedule for the sake of the Phoenix Wright game. So we're gonna transition to thank you for watching. It's been a treat. For anyone who joined partway through, we do implore you to watch the first half of this VOD either on Twitch or YouTube, links below, to catch up on the case, because that third case ended quite spectacularly, to put it lightly. Next stream will be next week. Will be the Fight Night Tekken stream. What day is it today? Yeah, today's Monday. Yeah, no. Today's Monday. We are streaming. Next stream will be a Fight Night stream, but the next Phoenix Wright stream will be next Saturday night. So drop a follow or follow the Twitter to see when we will be live next. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a lovely evening. Take it easy and good night.